Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Council meeting. Today is Monday, November 6th, 2023. It's approximately 1 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I want to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department and Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Graham, if you join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, so we usually start off with our pets of the week, and I believe Amy DeFelix is on the Zoom. I hope.
Hello, yes, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Can't see you quite yet, Amy, or your presentation. Oh, there you go.
Here I am. Hello, my name is Amy DeFelix. I am one of the rescue coordinators for the Animal Services Center of the Mississippi Valley. I'm also the one that picks the pets of the week and presents them every week. So I'll go ahead and I'll stop my video for now because I'm going to share my screen. There we go. And as always, we start out with our cat of the week. Our cat of the week this week, her name is Mew. Her number is 69133. And she says, I'm a very affectionate kitty who loves giving headbutts and rubbing up against you, but I like to do it on my own terms. I get overstimulated easy, so please let me take the lead when it comes to petting me. I am my own independent spirit who just wants to be respected as an individual. I'd love a home with space to let me be my true self, and I'll return with my love and kind. And then we also have our dog of the week. This week, our dog of the week, his name is Kojo. His number is 47243. And he says, I'm attentive to my handlers, and I know how to sit for treats. Especially when I first get to go outside, I might have a bunch of energy, but I will eventually calm down. I'm a little greedy with my food and toys, and that's something my future family should work on with me. I also might be a little scared and nervous around children, so an adult-only home will be perfect for me. We do have some adoption events. Because we are closed for Veterans Day on Saturday, we do have a couple of different events to celebrate PetSmart National Adoption Week. We'll have our first one this Wednesday, November 8th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then we'll have another adoption event on Sunday, November 12th, again from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And of course, that's at the PetSmart here in Las Cruces at 2200 East Loman. All month long as well, we have our Fall in Love adoption special. So every animal adoption is going to be $75. And of course, we do want to reiterate that all animals will be sterilized before going home. That is part of our process. And I'd like to touch up a little bit on responsible pet ownership. I don't know if any of you guys listen to our new podcast. We've been going presenting for a couple of months now. The last episode is about responsible pet ownership, and I'd like to break that down into little individual segments here during the city council meetings as well. So I'd like to start off with identification. I think that is one of the most important parts. So definitely microchip your pets. I have that capitalized. I should have underlined it, bolded. That is the most important thing. What professionals want to reiterate, definitely microchip your pets. Also, in addition to that, make sure you know which database your chip is registered to. Each animal shelter, animal rescue can get their chips from different manufacturers, and they have their own websites, independent of each other. Although there are universal databases that can pull up from each of these individual websites, you can only register them at your manufacturer's website. So if you don't know what that is, you can go ahead and you can get your pet scanned, usually at the vet clinic, and they can tell you the microchip number and the manufacturer, so you can go to that website and make sure your microchip information is up to date. Another way to make sure your pet has identification is with ID tags. So like you can see, let me have my little laser pointer. Let's see if this works. They're pretty standard tags that you see most commonly are the ones that dangle. They're usually made out of metal. They're engraved. They can have your pet's name. They'll have your number, maybe your address even. These are kind of the standard tag. There's also these new, they're marketed as being a little bit safer than the standard sort of dangly tag. Only just because they don't dangle, they're a lot less likely to get caught on things like grates and like little gaps and stuff. And it contains the same information, your name, maybe your pet's name, your contact information, address if possible. We also like to mention that if there's any sort of special needs that your pet has, and if you can fit it on the tag, we encourage you to do so, because if they happen to get out, obviously a stranger or a finder won't know any sort of specific special needs your pet might have. So we definitely encourage ID tags. And of course, your information should always be kept up to date for both your tags and your microchip information. Every time you move or change your phone number, the ID only works if your contact information is up to date. Otherwise, it's effectively useless, and it's as if your pet doesn't have any ID at all, which is unfortunate. And we do get that a lot here at the ASCMV. We'll have pets that do have ID, either tags or a chip, but all of the information is out of date. So we have no way to contact the owner, and it's kind of like starting at ground zero all over again, essentially. Definitely, of course, to reiterate, having an updated ID allows your pet to be returned to you much faster. As already stated, even with animal control officers here, when they pick up an animal, they scan them, and if they happen to have a microchip or if they have the tags with information, the animal control officer will try to attempt owner contact and return to them in the field, so they don't have to bring them here to us, to the Animal Services Center, and that is the easiest, like the most preferred method. And it's always a relief when we get to do that. And the owners are also relieved as well, because then they don't have to pay any reclaim fees and such like that. So definitely, it's highly encouraged to have all of your contact information updated on your pet's identification. And of course, even if you think you don't need it, like if your animal is a homebody, you never take them out, indoors only, like for cats, it's definitely better to be safe than sorry. Have your indoor cat microchipped, have your lazy dog microchipped and have tags, because you never know. Emergencies, accidents happen. There are always like these wild scenarios, and your pet can get out. And if that is the case, you would be definitely very grateful for getting your pet an ID, even if they themselves never really leave your home. And of course, we'd also like to reiterate, pets in Doña Ana County and in the city of Las Cruces are required to be microchipped. If any animal comes in to us at the ASCMV, even as a reclaim, we microchip them because it is mandatory. Same with the rabies vaccine. If you get a rabies vaccine through us, like a public rabies vaccine, we do have to have your pet microchipped as well. So it's kind of like to help incentivize and kind of push out the sort of mandatory microchipping that we require here, both in the city and in the county in general. So that is a short little brief presentation, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Okay, next we're going to have is Sarah Rainey from the New Mexico Workforce Connections. Sarah, are you there?
Good afternoon, Mayor. It's actually just up on Lomada today. Sarah's out of the office, so I'll be presenting in her behalf. All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Giselle Palomares. I'm with New Mexico Workforce Connection. For the jobs of this week, we have City of Las Cruces hiring a permit technician for $18 an hour at $18.77 an hour. And this job closes on November 13th of 2023. We also have City of Las Cruces hiring a heavy equipment operator through solid waste. They're paying $19 an hour, $19.51 an hour, and it closes on November 13th of this year. White Sands Missile Range is hiring a publication editor, Spectra Tech. The job closes on January 15th of 2024. And we have First National Bank, who is hiring a bilingual personal banker, and that's starting at $12 an hour. This job closes on November 15th of 2023. JP Energy is hiring a customer care representative, which pays $25,000 to $35,000 a year, depending on experience, and this closes on November 24th of this year. And Advantage Sales and Marketing is hiring an assembler, and that pays between $18 an hour to $25 an hour, and it closes on November 24th, 2023. And as always, if you would like to connect with the New Mexico Workforce Connection, you can always contact us by phone at 575-524-6250, or you can visit us in person at 226 South Alameda Boulevard. And you can always follow us online. Our tagline for Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and YouTube is Employ You Now. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Giselle. Okay, so before we get to the proclamations, I'm going to ask if Officer Jennifer Roman is here. Oh, yeah, if you want to come down here, Officer. Hopefully they told you what this was about. Yeah, if you want to stand here to my right, it would be great. So there we go. So oftentimes we don't get a chance to hear a lot of the things that our police officers do on a daily basis. But when this came, I don't know how I came across this. I think I saw an email passing through, and asked the chief if it would be okay to recognize you, and I said, sure, absolutely. So I'm going to just read this. So with so many difficult things lately, I wanted to share something positive. K-9 Officer Jennifer Roman was headed to the range for training and qualifications the other day. She saw a car with its hazard lights on and a man standing on the railing of the Corralitos Bridge getting ready to jump. This was at 5:19 p.m. She began talking to him and quickly learned that he was suicidal due to some tough circumstances going on in his life. Officers quickly shut down Interstate 10. Officer Roman and other officers talked to him for over 4 hours and got him to eventually cooperate, and they placed him in protective custody at 9:28 p.m. So we're really proud of your patience and empathy, and I wanted to give you this. It's called the Mayor's Citation for Public Service, presented to Officer Jennifer Roman, recognition of your commitment and dedication to helping make Las Cruces a better community, dated the 6th day of November, 2023, and signed by myself, Ken Miyagishima. Okay, well, we have a shy officer here. So, okay, so I'm going to ask Councilor Graham if she will come down here, and she has like a few proclamations and presentations. So, Councilor? Okay.
Okay, I have to see the font size because I've reached this stage of life. So, yeah, I need the glasses. Yes? Okay, I'll get there. Robert Palacios, or anyone else who's present for Las Cruces International Mariachi Week? Cool. Awesome. Oh, this is great. Great, thank you all so much for being here. And the proclamation reads, whereas the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference has been a vibrant and cherished tradition in our city for 3 decades, and whereas the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference has showcased the rich cultural heritage and musical talent of mariachi performers from around the world, and whereas this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference, a significant milestone in its history. And whereas the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference has brought together people of all ages and backgrounds to celebrate the beauty of mariachi music and Mexican culture, and whereas the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference has contributed to the cultural enrichment of our community and fostered a sense of unity and understanding among our residents. And whereas from November 8th, 2023 to November 11th, 2023, the Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference will host a series of events, workshops, and performances that will bring joy and cultural enrichment to our city. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of the City of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim November 8th, 2023 through November 11th, 2023 as Las Cruces International Mariachi Conference Week in celebration of its 30th anniversary, and encourage all residents to participate in the festivities and honor the cultural significance of mariachi music. Signed by our Mayor, Ken D. Miyagishima, and attested by our City Clerk, Christine Rivera.
Thank you, everybody. This is a huge honor to even be standing in front of you today. As a product of the Mariachi Conference, it's about educating our youth and sharing our traditions and the culture, not only with the next generation, but with our community, where it's so interwoven in what we do in our day-to-day lives and represents our Las Cruces community. So as you're out there, if you see any guests, please be as hospitable as you can, and because when I tell all of our students and directors that come out, when you're in Las Cruces, you're family. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Barbara Toth. Anyone? Hi. Anyone else? Did you bring anyone else you'd like to have join you? There. Okay, cool. Hi, it's so good to see you. I'm happy I got lucky enough to be able to read this one again. Whereas the third Sunday of November is observed as World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims, commemorating all who are killed or seriously injured on the world's roadways and acknowledging the suffering of their families and communities. And whereas the epidemic of roadway violence kills millions every day in collisions that are largely preventable, and that the state of New Mexico is particularly deadly in this regard, with 267 fatalities in 2022. And whereas a high percentage of those losses occurred among the least protected, most vulnerable road users, pedestrians, bicyclists, persons riding motorcycles, those living with limited mobility or disabilities, and others who are outside of a motor vehicle. And whereas in the last 10 years, 67 vulnerable road users were killed right here in Doña Ana County, our city wishes to provide a platform for remembering these victims, as well as recognizing the crucial work of emergency services, first responders, and medical professionals. And whereas it is essential that everyone who uses our road chooses to take the personal responsibility for helping keep one another safe. And whereas prioritizing enhanced traffic safety will save lives and enhance quality of life for all in our city. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Council of Las Cruces, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim November 19th, 2023 as Las Cruces Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims, signed by our Mayor, Ken D. Miyagishima, and attested by Christine Rivera, City Clerk.
I'm actually making a presentation.
Okay,
Do you
great.
want me to do that now?
Well, yeah, we'll have you move down. So actually, Ms. Toth is going to give a presentation for us in a moment, so would you just like to move over toward the podium? Okay, hold on, we're gonna get our picture though.
Mayor and city councilors, and to those of you in our community who are here today, because quality of life in Las Cruces matters to you. Let's see if I can do.
Barbara, I know we mentioned your name, just gave you a proclamation, but I need you to, for the record, just state your name again.
Absolutely. I am Barbara Toth. I am the founder and executive director of VRU-NM, Vulnerable Road Users, New Mexico. And I'm grateful to be here to speak with you today. Our organization was founded in response to the appalling rise in roadway fatalities and serious injuries in recent years. In 2020, that hit very close to home because my husband Jim was struck while riding his bicycle. What was some very disturbing statistics was now our own reality. Jim's spinal cord was partially severed. His back was broken in 5 places. Following a grueling surgery, the neurosurgeon said, "You got your miracle today. He's not going to be in a wheelchair." But he did endure weeks in hospitals and many months of physical therapy. He can walk, although not well, but he can ride his bicycle, and that is beyond priceless to this man of mine. It's not easy living with a spinal cord injury. He's no longer strong and physically fit and has many physical limitations. But by the grace of God, Jim did not lose his life that day. What he did lose was an enormous amount of his quality of life. It was stolen from him by someone who was careless with his life on our roadways. Apparently, the driver didn't even know Jim was there until the impact tossed him into the air. And this is the experience that catapulted me and our home into an all too personal understanding of the price that is being paid on our roadways. Thousands across the U.S. live with the consequences of roadway violence. Our own state is 6th worst in the nation. If we can do this. We're left-handed. This is a little tricky. We're not only 6th worst in the nation for overall fatalities, we are the very worst in the nation, 6 years in a row, for pedestrian fatalities. And I'd really like to point out to you that pedestrians are only a portion of that group which is at particular risk. The law refers to them as vulnerable road users, walkers and runners, bicyclists, those who ride motorcycles, road maintenance crews, anyone who's not protected by being inside a motor vehicle. Right here in Doña Ana County, 181 people have lost their lives to roadway violence in the last 10 years. 37% of them, 67 people, were vulnerable road users. Every one of those numbers represents a real person, someone with a face and a name and a story that was tragically cut short. One 18-year-old from our community was a hometown hero. He was killed while riding on his motorcycle. That promising young life snatched away. But the fact is, every single one of these victims is somebody's hero. And it's not just the ones who've been killed and hurt who are the victims. Every victim is at the center of a circle of persons who care about them, persons whose lives are impacted. Countless lives impacted in profound ways by incidents which were most likely preventable. Our organization does our best to rehumanize the statistics. We honor these victims by sharing their stories and by impressing upon everyone the importance of sharing responsibility for one another's safety. Because every single person who chooses to make safer, smarter choices on our roadways does help save lives. They save their own life and the lives of those that they share the road with. A key part of what we're doing is reaching out to young people. Students are a very important target group. Deadly crashes occur far more frequently to young drivers than across every other age group. In fact, Jim was hit by a 17-year-old. It's humbling to experience the impact of our message on the students. Many of them seem to gain a genuine understanding of the risks and the potential consequences of unsafe driving. Most of them know and understand that drinking and driving is deadly, but few realize that distracted driving is even more deadly, 6 times more deadly, an epidemic in our society. We're blessed and thrilled when students tell us that what we've shared with them will change the way they handle themselves behind the wheel. A lot of times they laugh when I tell them, my generation and your parents' generation have totally blown it. Now you guys have to fix our mess. And they laugh, but they know it's true. And I'm grateful that they do, because these are leaders of tomorrow. They get that we are entrusting them with the responsibility to make good choices. And we're expecting them to refuse to accept a continued culture of self-centered road use. This is not about good or bad, right or wrong, us or them. This is life and death. It's about each one of us being respectful and accountable to use our roadways in a way that assumes responsibility for one another's safety. In the 90s, much of the world began to address the issue of increasing roadway fatalities, but most of the US hasn't done much. I was shocked when a roadway engineer explained to me the figures in the US are just not high enough to alarm some people. Statistically, it's a relatively small percentage of losses, considering the overall population. Currently, less than 90 cities around the US have made an official commitment to a Vision Zero approach. This approach combines the efforts of road users, policymakers, and those who plan and build our infrastructure. They're all working together in these communities to build safer communities. Vulnerable road users are losing their lives in unprecedented numbers. They're helpless to prevent themselves from being harmed. Cars, trucks, and SUVs are infinitely heavier, faster, and more maneuverable. I'm not suggesting that VRUs are without responsibility. They too have an obligation to exercise good judgment and to use roads safely. But the means by which they are getting around will always put them at far greater risk. Widespread distracted driving and unsafe speeds, along with potentially ineffective roadway design, have turned vulnerable road users into targets. Adopting and implementing a safe systems approach would systematically reduce fatalities and severe injuries. And at the same time, it would increase safe, healthy, and equitable options for everyone that uses our roads. It would be a win-win for everyone. Thank you so much for your kind attention and for allowing me to share about our work today. Our organization is fully committed to changing the narrative. Roadway collisions in Las Cruces and Doña Ana County. We're going to keep putting names and faces and stories front and center. And we're going to continue to actively encourage drivers to make safer, smarter choices. In fact, that's the focus of an upcoming Weekend of Remembrance for road traffic victims. I hope we'll see some of you there. Please, leaders of our community, do your part for this. Our organization is in total agreement with the request that was recently made to this group by Velo Cruces, our partner in advocacy. We urge you to adopt the initiative that they have proposed and to move forward with the Vision Zero action plan. It truly is about life and death. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you very much for that. I'm glad to hear Jim is doing better. You know, it just wasn't the same last year or the year before when he wasn't there with the mayor's bike ride, and he would always bring the electric bike for me to use, which was great. And but thank you, and I'm going to follow up on something that I had asked the city attorney to look at, and maybe during my council comments, I'll see how that's coming along. Thank you again.
Mayor, can I, sorry.
Yes.
I'm going to bring this up in councilor comments too, but I just wanted to, since folks are here, and thank you, Ms. Toth, for sharing. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, the Transportation Sustainability and Infrastructure PRC will be having a special guest representative Angelica Rubio to talk about mobility justice, in particular protecting cyclists and other vulnerable road users and how the city can be a sort of engine for that. So I would like to invite everyone to come tomorrow morning at 8:30 in the second floor if this is something that's really of interest to you. So hopefully folks will be able to join us there. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, we have another presentation, the Living Lubre. Is this you're the gentleman from Gadsden? Oh, okay, great. Representative Lara was telling me about you and your students had put together an invention, for lack of a better term, that helps keep those that are unfortunate that are homeless, keep them warm during the wintertime. And I think you took second place or something like that, or?
Yes, that's correct.
So if you want to talk a little bit about it, that would be great.
Okay.
And then you were going to share with us a presentation.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you for having us here today. We have students that were involved in an innovation project at school where they had to create a type of innovation so that they could, it's part of their education, and also it's part of competitions that are happening nationally. So it all started with a competition for the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow. We got top 10 in the nation with over 3,500 schools applying. The idea came from them, the innovation came from them, the design, everything came from the students. They worked together. And I just really appreciate everybody for allowing us to be here, because I think that's the part that they really want, is just to be part of the community, and they want to be, they want to know that the stakeholders out there find this important, and so I just really appreciate everyone here today for allowing them to be here, and I'll go ahead and let them present if that's okay, sir.
All I need is I'm sorry, did you state your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Saul Nunez.
Okay, I was just going to say, anyone who speaks, if you don't mind just stating your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. First off, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to be here and to be able to present our project and what this is all about. So our project is the Living Lumbre.
Can you state your name?
Jack Arroyo, sorry. First off, with this project, as Mr. Nunez has already told you all, we've gotten both local and national recognition from this via the October Weatherfest competition hosted by KTSM, and also Samsung Solve for Tomorrow competition.
And I'm sorry, did you mention your name again?
Yeah, Jack Arroyo.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Jack Arroyo, okay.
Good afternoon, my name is Andres de la Cruz. So STHS, I hear you ask, what exactly is, the Living Lumbre? The Living Lumbre is a heating mat that we developed at our school, Santa Teresa High School in Santa Teresa, New Mexico, that would effectively turn solar power into energy that we would then funnel into heating coils that would power the mat as a whole, or heat the mat as a whole. The heating coils would last up to 8 hours for both day and night use for whatever situation that they may find themselves in, as well as an LCD, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, LCD, which is basically a heads-up display that would be a screen to basically show both the heat, so the temperature of the mat, as well as any additional information that the mat may require.
Hello, my name's Aubrey Navedo. At the start of our project, our focus was the migrant crisis that affects almost all the cities on the border of Mexico and America. However, while developing the project, we found the potential to benefit a wide range of people, including the homeless community, the military, and animal shelters, including, of course, it can also be used for recreational and emergency purposes.
My name is Christian Urrutia, and the migrant crisis at the Mexican-American border has reached unreachable levels, which nearly exceeding 2 million this year. Most immigrants are apprehended at the border because they're trying to flee political and violence in their home countries, which that was the main focus why we made this mat with them in mind. That's why we named it Living Lumbre, and we focused on giving them hope and basic warmth that we can try to help them with.
The homelessness crisis is another growing and complex problem. In Las Cruces alone, it is estimated that there are about 2,000 to 3,000 homeless people. The Department of Housing and Urban Development estimates that there are over 500,000 homeless people living on the streets in America. With the Living Lumbre, because of its portable nature, homeless people can take it, and if they need to move around anywhere in the city, they can hopefully use it. And also, due to its non-reliability on external power sources, they also don't need to be in any nearby power outlets or any of those sources.
Good afternoon, my name is Carlos Dorada. In cold weather conditions or night-based military operations, soldiers require warmth to prevent hypothermia. The Living Lumbre provides a sustainable source of heat without requiring external power sources like generators, which can be difficult to transport in military areas. Additionally, its compact size makes it easy to pack in combat zones. It's easy to carry around, so it's easy to carry on in places with rough terrain. Overall, the Living Lumbre promises crucial warmth and significant convenience in logistics while minimizing environmental impacts caused by traditional heat generation methods.
I'm Alejandro Cano, and animal shelters are frequently encountering challenges when maintaining comfortable animal environments due to fluctuating climate conditions. However, the Living Lumbre presents a novel solution to help with these issues. As a self-contained solar-powered heating mat, it eliminates the need for constant electricity use and bulky heating systems, which is ideal for small animal enclosures, which involve space constraints. Moreover, since the technology is used with a renewable source, it aligns with the animal welfare advocacy and initiatives focused on reducing the carbon footprint and preserving a natural habitat for the animals. Ultimately, the Living Lumbre represents a forward-thinking approach towards creating more of a humane and eco-friendly alternatives within the animal care institutes.
All right. So beyond basic needs for those who are a necessity, like as we discussed, migrants, military, animal shelters, we also thought a great way for people to use this would be recreational usage. And in doing so, we believe that camping would be a huge thing. So for avid campers and overall adventurers, one thing they're always looking for is the newest and best thing, and always something that can give them more comfort when they're home away from home. And in doing so, the Living Lumbre provides heating regulation that will be able to heat the user out at night or whatever temperatures they are. And it'll be able to consistently heat them at a comfortable body temperature. And in doing so, this will, if things go wrong, if something did happen, which shouldn't, it'll be able to, on the inside, we have insulation that'll be able to provide enough heat to keep it long enough for emergency services to arrive. And within this, we also built in the insulation is made out of material that's non-flammable, so it should be, it is safe. Yeah, and we also did a thing for if off-grid is not working or is not functional, it'll be able to stay functional for a certain amount of time to keep you warm. We decided to implement this in case there was an emergencies. So it's not just for like your average cold, breezy temperature. It could be for anything that is like you need to stay warm. And so we just provided extra steps in order to make sure that you are safe and that emergency services can be notified in order to protect you.
Muffle. We are excited about the future of the Living Lumbre. You know, when produced, the mat will include a heart rate monitor and a way to read the user's temperature. From there, if the user's temperature is too low, as previously mentioned, emergency services will be notified, implementing the built-in GPS feature on the mat itself. In addition to this, it would also be detecting either personal temperature or humidity temperature for the temperature, like obviously around it, in order to effectively save lives rather than leave people out in the cold. We will be implementing machine learning technology into the mat that will be able to detect location and if a person is in this state of emergency, which will help as well as hikers that may be suffering from heat strokes and as well in the cold. This could also be used to manage the temperature of the mat more efficiently, saving power and making it safer.
We hope that you found our innovation worth looking into. We worked really hard to implement that it could be used for anyone and everything because we really cared for the welfare of our community in any circumstances, no matter what background they are. So we hope that this will potentially be of some interest to you and that we can work with you in the future. Hopefully bring some support with entities such as yourself. And thank you so much.
So if you don't mind, there might be a few questions from council, but I know I have a couple. So is it just one temperature, or can you turn it down and then turn it up?
I was just told to come over here and say thank you. I am not an authority on this. My name is Valerie Hohola Mount. I'm a physics teacher at Santa Teresa High School, so some of these are my students in an environmental science class that I teach as well. So I don't know if you guys understand, but some of these students don't actually say words that many and close together. So this was a beautiful, beautiful, wonderful moment for us, and we are incredibly grateful to be here. I will turn it back over to them now so that they can answer your questions as the ones who actually do the circuit board thing. So thank you.
So to answer your question, we have...
Can you talk? Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, to answer your question, we are planning on implementing a way to control the temperature, but right now we only have 3 modes that's warm, hot, and then auto. The auto would take the temperature of the surrounding air, and then it would kind of adjust the temperature to make sure that you were just hot enough. In the warm, it sets the mat to go up to around 90 degrees Fahrenheit, so that it would be pretty warm. And then hot is around human body temperature, which is 98 degrees.
So like in Shark Tank, do you take investors or?
I mean, I'm sure we'd be glad to have people who are interested in.
Okay, all right. Sounds good. I think Councilor Flores has a question, and a couple of the other councilors.
Yes, I have a question. You said that, did you say Samsung?
Yes, Samsung Solve for Tomorrow.
What did it do?
So the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow, I guess somebody who...
You presented it to Samsung,
Yes.
and what did Samsung say?
Yes, ma'am. So last year we were able to go up to Washington, D.C. in order to present the Living Lumbre in front of Samsung's head of directory, as well as, future, I don't know how to say it, future investors that may be interested in our project, as well as people from the military, which was really implemented as well. But yeah, no, we were shipped out to Washington, D.C. in order to present this project in front of, with 10 other schools from the United States in order to secure funding or give them a basic prototypes of the music.
But yours is unique.
Yes, ma'am.
It doesn't, okay.
Yes, that,
And the reason I'm asking is because I think you should copyright this. I think you should get an attorney. And really, because, Tesla, the fellow who made New York City light up, Edison got all the credit for it because he was working for Edison, and he never renewed his copyrights or his patents. So since this is unique, and it sounds like an absolute, like geniuses at work, so I want to congratulate you for this accomplishment, and I don't want you to get, I want you to keep that, that identity, that you own it, literally you own it, so please get a patent attorney and see what he or she can recommend. And I also would say, don't share this with anybody else until, I'm serious, I mean, Nikola Tesla, the guy who invented, electricity basically, hasn't gotten the credit. And I think this is monumental. And I mean, it just makes me so happy. It just brings tears to my eyes because you've accomplished so much. This is the work of geniuses. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will try to get this pinned down to us, but while we are on the topic, we are trying to get money, because who doesn't love money,
No, you know what? It's not about money necessarily, but the fact that, to get that recognition and not have somebody else claim it, and then someone like Samsung, with all due respect, to claim that this is theirs, and then they become multi-billionaires, and then what do? You go back to Santa Teresa and pray? No. Anyway, but please, I'm an attorney, so I know about, it's not advice. I'm not advising, I'm just recommending.
Yes, ma'am. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you for that advice, and yes, I think,
It's a recommendation, not
okay, the
advice.
recommendation, yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that, and I think coming from the area, I think we all recognize, the needs of our community, and I think these kids, well, I'm not gonna call them kids, these young adults, they're ready, to be part of the community. They're ready to invest, and they're ready to give back. And we have some more things coming up for them. They have some more inventions in process right now. We can't talk about those, but we have a lot of great things coming from southern New Mexico, and I just really appreciate the city of Las Cruces for having us here. You guys are amazing, so thank you very much.
Mr. Ramos, I'll get with you. There is a place in Juarez that will help you patent it and do some more marketing. I'll get with you on that.
Sir, that would be much appreciated. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
That's a fantastic invention. Yeah, when Representative Lara told me, I said, I want to see this. So.
Yeah, so out of those 3,500 schools, there were no schools that made it from California, other big states, but there we were, little New Mexico, representing. So we were there among Florida, we were there with New York, other states that always receive recognition, and I think it was important for them to see that, and they were among them. So thank you so much. And is it possible to take photos with City Council?
I'm sure.
That'd be possible.
But get a patent attorney in the USA, not in Ciudad Juarez.
Okay.
With all due respect
Thank you
to
so
my
much.
dear mayor.
Yes, thank you very much.
We have Councilor Graham and Councilor Beta and Councilor Bencomo.
Yes, thank you so much. And amongst the other things that I've done for my job in the past, I judged student innovation and business plan competitions. So I've been through a lot of these presentations, and you guys hit it out of the park. That was amazing. It's so interesting to see something like this where you have to condense the excitement and hard work and passion of a bunch of people into 10 minutes and make it understandable for everyone who isn't aware of your technology. And I think that you've done a really great job of that. And what I especially want to compliment is that everyone on the team came up to the mic. I know sometimes there's the temptation to have that one person who's like, hey, look at me, I like talking in public. And then you just kind of let that person be the spokesperson. But I love that every team member came and brought their voice to the presentation. And yeah, protect your IP, of course, but fantastic job, and thank you so much for sharing this with us.
Thank you for that, thank you. And also, we do have 3 seniors that graduated last year that are now at NMSU, thank goodness. It's a great school, and also elsewhere, so they are not here with us, but they were a big part of this as well. So thank you so much. You guys need to apply.
We have Councilor Abeyta, Councilman Como.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for the presentation, for all the work that you've done on this project. Is quite amazing. I actually had a couple of specific questions, but given the comments about the patent, I think I'll hold off on the public sphere for those. But this is amazing technology, and I can see how it would be very helpful, not only in the public sector, but in the private sector. So you really looked at both. So thank you for the presentation. You all did a wonderful job.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilman Como.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you so much. I'm a Chillona, so I sort of cry just about for everything, but I was sitting up here tearing up because this was really incredible. You all, this is honestly absolutely the work of genius, and you took these really charged issues like migration and homelessness, and you said, we want to use our gifts to do really positive things for our community, and you just like stripped all of that stuff into just basic humanity, and I can't thank you enough for your work and for sharing it with us.
Thank you so much for the recognition. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really inspiring, and I'm saying, have you got the A yet? And if not, I'm recommending you get an A. I'm talking to the teachers, principal. We need to write a letter. We can do that. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so you want a quick picture?
Yes, please, if that's possible. Anybody that would like to be in the picture, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Se puede.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Sorry, my hands are very cold.
Me too. That's where like we all need to huddle. So amazing. Yeah. So amazing. That's awesome. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you for the recommendation. Great job. Gracias.
You don't want to see the picture? Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, it looks like, again, congratulations, Santa Teresa High. That's fantastic. Good job, Mr. Ramos. And it looks like we have another presentation that deals with electronics, and it's Paso Electric. They want to talk about the implementation of advanced metering system. And I just need you to state your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. That is a tough act to follow, by the way. They are amazing. My name is Jennifer Ortiz. I am with El Paso Electric's New Mexico Government Affairs Department. I want to thank you guys for allowing us to present to you on our advanced metering deployment in this area. With me, I have our Director of Corporate Communications and Marketing, George De La Torre, who is actually giving out his card at the moment to those amazing students. And a project manager with our advanced metering systems and advanced metering and analytics, Elizabeth Aragon. Our main goal is to provide so much information to the community about our advanced metering system that we also would like to offer counselors or anybody that is having district meetings the opportunity to work with us or allow us to present at your district meetings to your constituents if you have any, or if you would like more information for your district newsletters, we can definitely provide that for you guys. But I will now turn it over to Ms. Aragon. Thank you for your time. That's me. Sorry. Sorry, we've messed up your view here. Give us a second.
How about if you press escape?
Can it be that easy? Nope.
Well, let's see here. Yeah, and minimize at the top?
Oh. This one?
No, up at the top, minimize?
Here.
There you go. F5, I think. You want to close that window?
Try again.
Well, yeah, that's
Just
good.
scroll from here. Thank you.
And if you want to do hit F5
F5.
if you want.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, guys. Again, I was geeking out after that presentation because I'm an engineer, so I love that. That's really awesome to see those kids get to that point and just be excited about technology. So I'm here to talk to you about the smart meter project that we're doing. It's AMI, Advanced Metering Infrastructure. I'm the project manager that's been working on this project for over 3 years now and counting. Pretty much what we want to do is transforming the energy landscape. We want to use these meters. We are actually the first city here in Las Cruces to actually have these smart meters in place. And so we're very, very excited, and this goes in line with our climate goals to become carbon-free, carbon neutral by 2035, and carbon-free by 2045. You know, we want to start leveraging technology, propel the growth in our region, lead environmental sustainability, and drive a culture of empowerment. And what do I mean by empowerment? Well, pretty much what we want to do is empower our customers with this new technology. And what would it do? Well, it's going to improve outage management. First and foremost, the way that it helps is that our meters will notify us of outages faster than our customers will. So we won't have to wait until the customers call us to let us know that there's outages. The meters are part of a very secure integrated network that we have, and that network captures all the data from the meters. It'll also give customers more control over their energy use. Why? Because they'll be able to see their near real-time usage on a daily basis or every 15-minute intervals if you want. You won't have to wait at the end of the month to receive a bill. You could actually see your consumption as it's coming through the meter. Of course, that maximizes the customer experience, and we want to make sure that you all are able to leverage, just like you have your cell phones and you have, you know, apps in your phones will be to actually check, let's say, your bank activity. That's kind of the option here that you'll have with the smart meters, is that you'll be able to manage and to see how much consumption you're actually consuming every day or, like I mentioned, every 15-minute intervals. And of course, this enhances our liability and reliability on our network because on our grid specifically, because we are notified beforehand so that we're able to be proactive versus reactive in terms of outages. Like I mentioned, New Mexico we're the first in New Mexico to ever implement this, and Las Cruces is the first city. This technology has been existent for over 15 years, and but the great thing about that is that we are able to see the lessons learned from other utilities and other companies that have used AMI meters, and now we have the latest and greatest technology. You'll be able to see your power consumption in this manner. The graphs on your site will be able to provide you more through the online portal. You'll be able to create your account and see these visualizations through your online portal. It'll also give you customized saving tips, projected usage and bill alerts. You could set your bill alerts and actually say, you know what, I am nearing $100, and that's what I don't want to pay any more than that. So it'll be able to give you some of that. It'll be able, through the online portal, you'll be able to also notice what your consumption was last year at the same time, so that you can make changes and say, maybe I need to not use my pool pump as much, or maybe I'm just using my energy in different ways this year, so maybe I need to make some changes, right? Again, you'll also be able to we'll be able to give you through that online portal some types of alerts for you to take advantage of new rates that we're creating, that'll be available to you, particularly for your home, to say, hey, this is probably a rate that would be beneficial for you to save money. Demand response programs to be part of those if you choose to. Those are always voluntary, so you'll have the opportunity to do so. And I just want to address some concerns because, again, with new technology, there's always concerns, right? Everybody is worried, well, what is this going to do? What is this going what damage can this possibly bring, right? And of course, with everything new, there's that, that just overall general hesitation. But pretty much what we will not be able to control your thermostats. That's a false type of feeling that a lot of this technology puts out there in the internet, right? We will be able to offer those demand response programs, but again, you would have to opt into those. And those are voluntary, like I mentioned. We will not share any customer data to third parties unless it's requested by the customer. And what I mean by that is that there's going to be solar companies that will come to you, and they're able to ask for instead of your bills, they'll be able to ask, can you provide me the information of your last year's consumption? And that is up to the customer. We're providing a portal for that for third parties, where the customer is the one that provides that third-party company, because we don't work directly with solar companies, of course. So that will be up to the customer to do so if they choose to. There will be a surcharge or rider on your monthly electric bill that covers the cost of the meters. Why? Because we've developed a network to read, a very robust network to read these meters, right? We've also right now we're buy those meters, deploy those meters here in the next years, and then we had to also improve and enhance our back office systems to make sure that we can handle all the data, because we used to read meters every month, right? We would go by, do a drive-by and read your meters every month. Now these meters are being read at 15-minute intervals. Imagine the data that is coming through. So we've had to develop our data warehouse and our back office systems to be able to handle that. Also beware of scammers. There's installers. They're taking advantage of the fact that there's an installer out there working for El Paso Electric, their Texas metering device, and you may start seeing them here shortly. They have a sticker on their truck that says TMD installer for El Paso Electric. And so we've seen some scammers trying to go to customer homes and say, we're working for El Paso Electric, we're working for TMD, and they want to request payment, or they want to say, I'm here to exchange your smart meter, and they want to charge customers right then and then. We would never go ahead, we would never do that. None of our, the TMD or our third party that we're working with, they will never ask for any customer information, a customer account, or any payment of any sort. So just be aware of that. Please pass that on to your friends and family. So what is the monthly surcharge? Well, for residential, it'll be 38 cents on your bill that you'll see every month. You know that. And for small commercial, 51 cents and so forth. You'll see the different monthly surcharges there. And like I mentioned, that covers all the technologies we've implemented to support the smart meters. There is an opt-out fee. And why the opt-out? All our customers have the opportunity to opt out if they choose to. Why opt out? Well, there's a lot of customers that say, I don't want the new technology, I just don't want it. I don't have any interest. And so you have that right to choose to opt out, and you will be charged a $40.65 one-time fee and a $6.72 monthly fee. And it's so much more expensive than the 53 cents, correct? But why is that more costly? Well, because we would have to maintain our older systems to read your meter once a month like we usually do. So we would still need those meter readers to go roll a truck to read those particular customer smart meters. I mean, not smart meters, they're regular AMR meters or older meters. So that is the reason why the costs are what they are. And we've already started to install meters here in New Mexico in September of this year. We were already at about 13,500 meters that we've installed thus far out of 125 expected meters that we need to replace here in this area. You have the option to go and check when will be in your zip code. You put your zip code in to this area and you search it, and it'll tell you approximately when will be in your area. You could also create my account, manage my account online at our website at epelectric.com/smartmeters. And there you'll be able to also manage your account by the app if you choose to download it on your phone, or just go directly through or Google Apple Store or Google Play. So we'll be able to we'll also be sending you a postcard shown right here in the corner. That postcard will tell you when we will be in your area. It'll be approximately 60 days prior to when we'll be in your area. It'll give you some FAQs, some quick little points about the smart meters, and there's a QR code that'll take you directly to our website for you to sign on as well for the Manage My Account portal. We started in optimization area 6, and these are the zip codes that we've begun in, 88005, 88008, and so forth. Like I mentioned, once we finish optimization area, there's a 6, there's 67,000 meters in this area, we're about 13,500. We are expected to finish this area in June of 2024. And then there's an optimization area 7, which includes these zip codes, and those are 54,000 meters, totaling to about 115 or so thousand meters plus growth that we're expecting, and we're expecting to finish deployment altogether in New Mexico in February 2025. What to expect from the installation process? Like I mentioned, you get notification 30 to 60 days prior to inform you we're going to be in your area. You don't need to be in the area or at your home in order for us to exchange your meter. If the meter is accessible, we will just exchange it. You will see a 5 to 15 minute power outage. It's usually not that long. It's pretty quick, but we just want to give you that statement there. There's no payment or account information that will be requested whatsoever. Our contractor is TMD, like I mentioned. Their name is Texas Meter and Device. They're a company in Texas. And we have a warehouse set up here in New Mexico. so that they can disperse through every morning to install the meters. If you, by any chance, is your meter's not accessible, you have a locked gate, you have a dog, we will leave a door hanger and say, sorry, we missed you. Please give us a call to make an appointment. You call that number and we will make an appointment and revisit your home so we could exchange that meter. And pretty much that is my presentation. Any questions?
Councilor McComo?
Thank you. Yes, I have a couple of questions for you. I appreciate the presentation. Will you be having scam information in Spanish as well?
Yes,
Other
all
languages?
the data
Okay.
we have, any information to customers is always in English and Spanish, yes.
Okay. What is your process for commercial users, especially on the potential outages?
For commercial users, we always make sure that we notify them. We call them first and let them know we're gonna be in their area, or we're gonna be there that day, and we coordinate with them. If the outage isn't something that they can afford that day, we will accommodate to when they're ready.
So then you are coordinating with
Yes,
good
we
amount
are.
of time? So
Yes.
that, you know, their food isn't
Yes.
ruined. And then lastly, for customers who have now solar, does this still apply to them? What is
Yes,
the
solar
situation
customers
there?
will also be converted to the smart meter as well, and they will feel pretty much it won't be any different as their meter before. Their meters will still be exchanged, and they'll be able to see more data on also their solar system if possible.
And the charge?
The charge is still the same. For all our customers, the 53 cents a month.
Okay. Okay, so let's say solar clients are sort of self-sustaining at that point. You will be sending a bill for 58 cents a month.
Well, for the solar customers, usually the self-sustaining ones would have battery storage, right? Those
Okay.
are the full self-sustaining. For those that are solar customers without the battery, then they still get a bill, right? But yes, we will be providing them a bill for that cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, Liz. Is that?
Thank you very much for your time.
We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I think that's, oh no, there was, yeah, well, let me get to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I ask if any member of city council, city manager, any staff, city manager, staff has any known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None, Graham. None, Abeda.
None, Flores.
Councillor Coran, motion, none, so. Okay, and before we get to public participation, there was a gentleman who took the pictures of us, and I believe he's your newest member of your staff. So you want him to kind of just introduce himself, and understand you are the new Inspector General.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor. My name is Charles Tucker. Good afternoon, Council. I've talked to you all before, and but before, when I did talk to you the first time, I was an employee of White Sands Missile Range. Now I'm an employee of the City of Las Cruces. So I just wanted to introduce myself and let you know I'm on the job now. I know Ms. Coran's not here, but I guess you can tell her when she gets back. Okay. So does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask me? Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. Oh, Councilor Flores wants a full bio of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Sean, where you were born, where'd you grow up?
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, what exactly do you do? I'm sorry.
Okay, I was an Inspector General for the federal government, so.
Oh, yes, I've met you before.
Yes, ma'am. You sat in on the Oversight Committee with me.
Yes. I'm sorry. It's been a tough day, really tough day.
Okay.
I have to tell you, you do look younger in person than on the.
Oh, on the Zoom?
Yeah, on Zoom, right. So that's why
Well,
she's
thank you.
probably confused.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Sifo?
Mayor, I just wanted to say we're really excited to have Mr. Tucker here. He comes with 20 years of experience as an Inspector General. Yes. And we just couldn't find that type of experience anywhere else, and so we're really lucky to have him. But one of the reasons we wanted him to introduce himself to the council formally. I know, I think he's had opportunity to talk to most of you, but also to the public. Let the public know who our new Inspector General is. And he's not only, you know, my Inspector General or the council's Inspector General, he's the Inspector General for the city of Las Cruces.
That's correct.
And so he's available, his numbers, if it's not displayed already, the hotline's displayed, plastered all over our website.
It is, yes.
And we just want to make it more and more available to the public, make it more visible to the public, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to have him introduce himself today.
So like if Councilor Flores was to spend like $250,000 to renovate her office, that's what you would be looking at?
Definitely.
Okay. All right, well, good to see you, and congratulations, Charles.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
And before we get to public participation, although we are going to start it, Ms. Dora Lucchini Lucero asked if she could have 5 minutes. So I'm going to let you speak first, and then I'll start with the... I just need you to state your name, please.
Okay. I'm a little nervous because I don't want to start crying, so I'm going to get through it. My name's Dora Lucchini Lucero, and I thank Mr. Story and Robert Bada. I came to them after my dad passed away, and I told them the story of how the officers were awesome that day. So here's my story. I'm speaking on behalf of Jim Lucchini's family and recognizing Sergeant Christopher Baker, Officer Christopher Vital, Gabriel Aguirre, and David Vega. My dad was a Korean vet, and he fought for us to be able to be here to speak to you all. So I hope that you truly, truly listen to what me and my family have to say, because he fought hard for the Hatch Valley, where we lived, and this community. On July 7th, at around 7:30 in the morning, my dad passed away. I had been spending a lot of time with my parents to help them out. My dad was doing pretty good after getting a new pacemaker. So, this is hard. That morning he fell, and we didn't realize what was going on. We called 911 and the paramedics, and I want to also thank the fire chief. The paramedics and the firemen were awesome. I didn't get their names because they left. They came within minutes, so I want you to know that. We were informed that my dad did not make it. To my dismay, I sat there and saw these officers pull up. We didn't understand what was going on. All we knew is that they were coming. Why were they there? We were told, thank you. Okay. Oh. I'm short, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. We were told that it was protocol for if there was a death in the home, that the officers had to come. We did not know. So in our grief, we were freaking out. We were told that the officers had to be there till the coroner got there. They were there for 3 hours, okay, 3 hours. Those officers stayed with my dad. I'm sorry. We had just lost my brother 2 months prior. And the officers had to interview me because it was just me and my mom when we found my dad. I'm sorry. I didn't think I was going to cry. They had to interview me. They interviewed me, but before they interviewed me to see what happened, they told me and my mom, my family was already there. My brother came, my other brother was in San Antonio. They said, We're so sorry for your loss, for your brother, and now your dad. They didn't let us go in the home. We were outside, and finally they said, it's too hot. It was July, 107 degrees this summer. They said, you guys can go inside, it's too hot. But we couldn't go in the room where they were at. Finally, the coroner came. My brother had told me, because I had left, I couldn't stay there with my dad there. So finally, my brother, when I went back, my brother told me that 2 of the officers, and I'm not sure which officers, asked Father Martin Cordero to bless them. Why would they do that? Why? Because unlike you guys here, you can go home. Your lives aren't threatened. They don't know when they walked out that door from my parents' home, they don't know what situation they're going to be in. They asked the Father for their blessing to protect them. Okay. We were so touched by that. I was touched because my dad, his faith was everything. And the mayor knows my family. The Lucchini family are very Catholics. And it touched me and my family. And I just want you guys to realize that some of your rhetoric, like dismantle, defund, reimagine, relocate your funds to these officers who go out in the streets every day to protect us, to be at my dad's side, and a death that from natural causes. But that's their job. And they were there and they were so touching and compassionate. And they kept saying, we are so sorry for both your losses. We don't want to be here, but we have to. And if you could have seen their faces of disbelief that we had just lost my brother, now my father. And I want you guys to truly understand what I'm saying, because your rhetoric is really getting to a lot of us. Your rhetoric about how the police are this and that, it's not true. And I called Mr. Story and I said, your officers were just, and my mom couldn't be here today because she was sick. She's got bronchitis. So, and I also wish that all of you who do this rhetoric would walk in the shoes of the officers and see what they go through on a daily basis. Because it's not fun getting shot at and stabbed and whatever else they spit on, called pigs and whatever else they're called. I have the highest respect for these 4 officers that were my parents. And I was asking Mr. Story if they could come, and he said he didn't know. But if anybody deserves an award, these 4, in my opinion, deserve an award for being there that day and just the love. I got off track, sorry. I just hope that you tone down your rhetoric and that you honor some of these officers. They're doing the best they can with what they have, and they're short. And so for them to be there for 3 hours, and I said to the officers, don't you have something else to do? And they said, no, it's protocol. We have to be here. That's taking their time from doing real crime in the city. And I wish you would show them respect and dignity, the way you guys show illegals and the homeless. You should really start respecting what they do, because they don't know if they're going to go home to their families either. So I am speaking on behalf of my family. I'm speaking on behalf of law enforcement, Border Patrol, ICE, and vets, the military, for what they do. My dad was a vet, and I'm speaking on behalf for them. So I hope that my message today is that when you go home, you think about what I've just said, and we pray that their family, they get to go home to their families the way you guys get to go home to your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucchini. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start with public participation. This is where members of the public can speak to council for up to 7 minutes, 3 minutes, any item, topic you wish, 4 minutes on an item on the agenda. We just ask if you want to speak to something that's on the agenda, that you wait until that agenda item comes up for discussion. And so, and on the general items, we just ask if it not be pertaining to anything of pending litigation, okay? So I usually start on my left, and I usually start on the first row, but nobody's there. Or second row, third row. Oh, also, I spotted one candidate. There may be more than one, but I'm going to ask that there be no, please don't disclose that you're a candidate for a particular office. Just state your name, because there's no campaigning here in City Hall or city property. Okay, so that's third row. Anyone on third row? Fourth row? Fifth row? Juan? Juan's fifth row. Yeah.
Mayor, Council, Juan Garcia. A recent incumbent indicated crime is going down, and other stated candidates concerned with public safety were fear-mongering. The following is an anonymous letter that I received from a terrorized citizen in D1, District 1. Quote, gunshot tonight at midnight, right in front of my door. I called 911. They said many calls coming in. It took 10 minutes till a cop to arrive. Just one cop car, drove in slowly. I guess they don't want to be shot at. Gang was arguing, then shot, then left in car. Took place at Klein Park on San Pedro near Griggs. Now it's become a shooting gallery. End of quote. It is refreshing to see municipal candidates, Democrats, GOP, and independents prioritize public safety and crime. Yes, I did say Democrats. Except one focused on moving, quote, Las Cruces away from fossil fuels as fast as possible. If elected, we know her priorities. Ironically, she is running for District 1 Council. Weak on crime politicians live in a different reality. I am speaking of the progressive faction that champions the criminals and wealth redistribution as a solution to crime and has no issue with pedophilia in educational learning material, quote, in our schools. City Council meeting on 15 June 2020, one of the incumbents appeared shocked that LCPD was asking for more resources. This is the type of vision our council had, and here we are. Recent ABC7 report, 110 plus violent crimes in the county using guns, with 10 of them being minors. Recent 16-year-old went to our residence and shot 10 times. Drive-by shooting at a party. Irresponsible gun ownership affects innocent victims and gives weak on crime politicians, like the governor and Doña Ana state delegation, reasons to disarm legal gun owners. KSFR on 10/27, quote, after the main shooting, Doña Ana committee chair, Senator Cervantes, says, quote, an assault weapons ban, including the legal definition of such a weapon, age restrictions, magazine capacity regulations, and waiting periods are expected to see possible legislation. We recall Senator Souls, Steinborn, and Hamblin tried to disarm lawful citizens in January 2023 legislation, and they will try again. They were publicly stating this. What's left? Citizens who can lawfully own a weapon should obtain a concealed carry license while they still can to defend themselves and their families. And finally, a very tragic and unfortunate incident occurred involving LCPD. Tragic because a death occurred, and based on the circumstances, those wanting to weaken LCPD will once again attempt, or those who take pride throwing bricks at the police will rise again. Our faith in LCPD will not waver as we stand firmly behind the men in blue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the fifth row. Anyone else on the fifth row? Okay, sixth row. Yes, ma'am. Just need you to state your name, please.
Hi, good afternoon. This is the first time I've ever done this. My name is Nancy Akbari Shamirzadi. I'll be testing you on your pronunciation of that at the end. I'm here to oppose the demolition, which was scheduled for today to be reviewed, of, I believe it is 643
Ma'am,
East.
excuse me for interrupting, but can you wait until that item comes on the agenda?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's.
I'll test you later.
It's scheduled to, let me see
Thank
what
you.
number it is. It's 8.2, so, yeah, thank you. Anyone else on the sixth row? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lori Meeks. I am addressing that resolution as well and a general commentary about what's going on in the Mesquite Historic District.
Ms. Meeks, so you said you want to address that same item?
I will, it is a general part of my discussion, but there's a wider picture going on, so you can decide.
Well,
Now or later?
Can you wait until that item comes up?
I guess I can.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
All right.
Okay, thank you. So anyone else on the sixth row? Seventh row? Yes, sir. Oh, retired Deputy Chief Bencomo. Bencomo's in the room.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm here to address one of the
I just need you to state your name.
I'm sorry, Andrew Bencomo. Barbara's presentation earlier, such a powerful and moving presentation, so important for people to hear. What I wanted to link to that was there was a work session, I think early September, on speed cameras. So as we know, speed kills. Her presentation talked about that also. Some statistics, I'll make it quick, 20 miles per hour. 90% of people survive of vulnerable road users at 20 miles an hour. 30 miles an hour, 50% survive. At 40 miles an hour, 10% survive. So 90% of people die when they're hit at 40 miles an hour and then it progressive. So what I would like to do is just say that when that presentation occurred at the work session, there seemed to be some hesitancy from the council members. There were some good questions and there's some details to be worked out as far as how it would be implemented if it were to be implemented, which that's still be for discussion. But every one of you said that you had been contacted by your constituents, multiple times about speeding. So it seems like a no-brainer to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's more to it than I know. I won't say that I know everything. There's also pieces that were brought up was the engineering and education piece along with the enforcement, which it is a combined system that needs to be taken care of, not just the enforcement piece, but the engineering education. There seems to be a disconnect between the engineering piece when there's at the policy level, you all talking about safer roads and systems like that and designing roadways more safely, complete streets, and then at the implementation level where it doesn't happen. So there just seems to be a disconnect still. I know a while back I had brought that up and there was a discussion about the complete streets was not an ordinance at the time. I believe it has been adopted now, but I just don't see anything happening with that, and maybe I'm missing that. And I don't know everything, but I am on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, so I hear a few things. I'm not completely ignorant to it, but I won't say that I know everything about it. I would just like to encourage you to take that on. The LCPD is going to be the one that is going to have to put that into place probably. I know they talked about it maybe being a community development, but whoever it is, that enforcement piece probably will fall on them. There was a question asked during that work session, is this the best use of our officers? I don't know that keeping our streets safe, there's any better use for that. Also, I think it will reduce the amount of officers needed because there will be systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brinkholm. Okay, that was, I think, the 7th row. That was the 7th row. Anyone else on the 7th row? Yes, yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Derek Pacheco, for the record.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Derek Pacheco, for the record.
Okay.
You can learn a lot by what's being said and by what's not being said. Thank you. You can learn a lot by who has the respect to show up on time. Counselor, 21 minutes late today. You can learn a lot by who respects parliamentary rules and procedure by getting up right before a disclosure statement and answering this. You can learn a lot by listening to Mrs. Lucchini describe a lack of respect. You can learn a lot by what these young kids from the county, not even from the Las Cruces Public School District, are inventing. They're inventing solutions for their future, which is filled with homelessness, battle, and being suggested that this isn't about money. Everything is about money. Sending IP to Juarez, Mexico, that's about money. And that's about disrespect to this community, to these future leaders, and to these inventors. I'd like to propose that we change our name from Las Cruces to Milton Bradley, because we love playing games. The most dangerous people in this room actually belong to boards and commissions that are no longer televised. They tell lies about constituents. They tell lies to representatives. Representatives keep things from us, like the secret public select committee that no one knows anything about, that now we have a pending IPRA lawsuit as a city. What happened to our city attorney, Ms. Vega Brown? Was she fired? Did she quit? No one knows. Why does our city manager get paid more in salary than the governor? Thank you.
Thank you. So in all fairness to Mayor Pro Tem Gandara, she did text me well before the meeting started that she had something come up and that she was going to be a little bit late. So I just wanted to say that. Okay, so that was the 7th row. Anyone on the 8th row? Last row. I see Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Greg Smith back there. Good to see you. So no one on my left. Okay. First row. George, did you want to say something? No. Second row. Yes, sir. Yes, please. Just need you to state your name, please.
Hello, my name is Longino Bustillos, and I'm a bicyclist here in Las Cruces. I've cycled thousands of miles, know all the streets very well. I'm the type of person who follows all the rules of the road, but 2 years ago I was riding in a group of cyclists and was hit head on at 50 miles an hour. You heard the statistic just a little bit ago that the fatality rate is over 90% being hit that at that speed. Barbara gave you all the statistics about vulnerable road users. I have a couple more. Here in New Mexico, 2,130 people have been fatalities and seriously injured here in New Mexico. All but a few of them are VRUs, vulnerable road users. Here in Las Cruces, if you look at the statistics, if you're crossing the street, you have a chance of being hit. Your chance of being hit is 10 times greater by a distracted driver than it is a drunk driver. I've biked all over the city, and I can honestly tell you, I don't feel, there's very few places in this city that I feel safe. Sometimes there's no shoulders, there's no room for even 2 cars to pass, and there's a sign with a bike that says share the road. That does not make me feel safer after what I've been through. The New Mexico Department of Transportation has set up a vulnerable road user team. They have interactive mapping online where they know where a lot of the crashes in New Mexico are occurring. They've designated 1.1% of the roads for work, for redesigning. You here, as I look around the room, you have a unique position of making a difference in people's lives. Putting public safety first, I can't think of a higher priority than putting the people's safety. We've had several organizations, I think last month, and we had an organization speak. We had Barbara speak with VRU NMU. We have a lot of community backing. Thank you, Councilor Corrin, for the meeting tomorrow. I didn't know about it, so that's a start. But I think what they propose about this vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bustillos. Let's see, 3rd row, anyone? Looks like the staff. 4th row. 5th row. 6th. Looks like no one's in the 7th. Last row. Anyone on my right? Okay, that will conclude public participation. So thank you for that. And, I have a closed meeting statement to read here. That's okay. It's all right. So the Las Cruces City Council met in closed session on 10:30 a.m., October 30th, 2023. The following members were in attendance. Councilors Coran, Bencomo, Abeta, Gandara. Flores left at 10:36 a.m. Oh, came in at 10:36 a.m. Okay, sorry. Apologize. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get, all right. So, looks like Chris Favor left at 10:45 a.m. Bill Ham, land manager, left at 10:45 a.m. Stephen Bingham, the Parks and Recreations Director, left at 10:45 a.m. Okay. I think, yeah, okay. And then also present for the whole time was Sonia Delgado, Assistant City Manager. Barbara Bencomo, Chief Administrative Officer, entered at 10:46 a.m. and left at 11:19 a.m. Looks like Adrian Whitmer was there the entire time. Ifo Pili, City Manager, was there the entire time, as was Brad Douglas and Linda Samples. Chief Story came in at 11:32 a.m. The reason why sometimes come in and some come out is because there's certain, you're going to watch, there's going to be 3 different cases, and so they don't have to be there. Jessica Farrell, outside city attorney, came in at 10:45 a.m. and left at 11:18 a.m. Luis Robles, one of our outside attorneys, came in at 11:24 a.m. Okay, and for the record, the meeting adjourned at 1:05 p.m. And for the record, Las Cruces City Council met in closed session and only discussed those limited items as stated in the posted notice. Purpose of the closed meeting is 1, to discuss pending litigation regarding Aqueous Film Forming Foam multi-district litigation, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Second one was to discuss pending litigation regarding Aaron Spalding versus Johnny Estrada, ETAL case number 22-23-CV-00391, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Number 3 was to discuss pending litigation versus Mark Price versus Francis Witten, Thaddeus Allen, City of Las Cruces, DBA Las Cruces Police Department, number 20-CV-1099, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. And last, to discuss pending litigation regarding Perla Baca as a personal representative of Amelia Baca versus Jared Cosper, ETAL CIV-22-00552, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. Okay. And next, we go to the agenda. I'm going to guess. Okay, so we've got Councilor Bencomo asked to remove item 7.2. Had a couple questions on that. And anything else? If not, I need a motion and a second to accept the agenda as presented, removing item 7.2 for discussion.
So moved, Corin.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Corrin, second by Councilor Graham, to accept the agenda as presented with item 7.2 removed for discussion. Christine?
This is on the motion to accept the agenda as presented with removal of item 7.2 for discussion. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so 7.2, Resolution 24-046. Need a motion and a second.
Move to approve. Second, Corin.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Corrin. And Crystal Silva will be making the presentation. If I was to say, is this your first time, they're going to say, no, she's been here before. I guess you've been here before.
And Mayor, I just have a question.
Oh.
I don't need a full presentation.
Okay.
Easy peasy.
Yes.
If you want to pull it up so everyone knows what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
definitely.
maybe?
Let me go ahead and find that. I don't.
In the meantime, we quickly want to introduce ourselves. My name is Cynthia Lamillo. I'm the interim grants manager, and I'm here to introduce Crystal Silva, the interim grants specialist as well. And this is her first council presentation, or at least first round of questions, and she's going to take the lead in this presentation.
Okay, thank you for that introduction.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you. I'm sure the next time you give a full presentation, it'll be great.
Will be good, yeah.
So in reading the packet, it says the purpose of of funds is to hire law enforcement, can't read today, is to hire law enforcement and support positions over a 3-year period. Honestly, as I was reading this, I just wondered if some of these funds could also be used to support Project Light, as it is, to me, technically, support positions for law enforcement. That was my big question.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I am unfortunately not too familiar with Project Light. I would like to see if maybe LCPD has a little bit to shed some light on Project Light, perchance.
Either chiefs could, actually.
Okay.
Thank you. Jeremy Story, Interim Police Chief. Mayor, Councilor Bencomo. So technically it's specific to police departments, so that would probably be hard. The initial application had to outline what the positions were for already. So it'd be impossible to go back now at this point and apply it to that.
Oh, my apologies, Chief. I didn't realize there was an initial application process.
Yes, and it was to support, obviously, hiring commission officers, but also support positions that would free up commission time. So in theory, that makes sense, but they made it specific to police departments and sheriff's departments.
Got it. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Well,
Appreciate
thank you.
Look, if I may, Councilor Bencomo, along the lines that you asked. So, Chief, if could you hire or would you be allowed to maybe incentivize those that have maybe a background in whether it's psychology, sociology, one of the social degrees? Is that possible? And then use that for this?
Mayor, right now we already incentivize those with a bachelor's degree, and we incentivize those with a bachelor's degree in those areas more than a general bachelor's degree. So we already use existing grant funds to do that currently.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so does, any other questions from council about members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 24-046. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item is 8.1, Resolution 24-049.
Move to approve, Graham.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Graham, second by Counselor Bencomo. Larry Nichols, Director of Community Development, will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor Miyakishima, City Council, City Managers, members of the staff. Larry Nichols, Community Development Director, for the record. The resolution being considered this afternoon, we have two, but this is the first, is an abatement of a nuisance property located at 375 Karen Avenue. Make a few general comments before I get into the rest of the presentation. The city is recognized over about a year or so ago we had a number of blighted properties within the city. And the city council, along with the city manager, we needed to address those properties. And we have a team that we call our nuisance abatement team. It's comprised of community development, the police department, code enforcement, the fire department, the legal department, and we're addressing the properties that we have on what we call our urgent or emergency list to abate, or in this case, when abatement is not forthcoming by the owner, then the city will take whatever action is required to cause that abatement up to and including demolition. The site information on Karen Avenue this is a fire damaged property. It has had, I think, 3 fire calls for service. Most recently, one this past week. It's dilapidated. It's an unsafe structure. Obviously, it's not occupied. It's in zone R2. The historical preservation specialist of the city reviewed and determined that it was a non-contributing structure and therefore subject for demolition. When we demolish a building, we work with the owner to ask them to abate the property. When they are unable or unwilling to do so, then we have to use our statutory authority to do that. And those are established in the New Mexico Administrative Code, in the Las Cruces Municipal Code, and in our building and our fire codes. Basically what those statutes say, that if a city has an unsafe structure that is either a public health or a nuisance, that they are enabled through this statutory authority to abate the project. The recommendations for this particular property are the facility is a substandard. It is unfit for habitation. Its use is a hazard to public safety or welfare in its present condition. The condition is both exemplified in the exterior and the interior of the structure, and it's not in substantial compliance with our municipal code and building codes. So we say that the responsible party shall abate by permitting requirements to abate the structure or proper premises. However, upon failure to do so of the owner to comply with the city may, the city may take whatever action is necessary to bring the property into compliance, including demolition. This is an example of the blighted condition. It's an aerial view. You see the exterior walls are partially collapsed, but the interior of the structure is completely deteriorated by fire damage. And those concludes my presentation on 375 Heron Avenue, and your options are to approve the resolution, to vote no, to deny, vote to amend, or to table. I stand for questions you may have.
Thanks, Larry. Questions, council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Thank you, Larry, for the presentation. Larry, I'm interested in knowing if there's a dollar amount that has been attached with the number of resources the city has used thus far to reduce the nuisance of this property.
Of this, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Gondar, of this particular property?
Yes.
Well, we had several complaints from neighbors. It was inspected by our code enforcement, and upon those, and then the fire calls for service on a number of occasions, and that's what brought this one to its present condition.
Do you have the numbers? The number of calls, the number of times that codes has come out, the number of times that fire has had to be out there?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, excuse me, Councilor Gondra, we have the 3 fire calls that I'm aware of, including one last week. The code enforcement has been out about 7 times. I don't know if Fire Chief Smith has additional information on the most recent one, but I think it was last week.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might, there's been 28 calls for service since January 1st of 2021, and that's not including the latest fire. So 26 of those 28 are codes calls, and the other 2 are the fires that don't include the most recent one.
Thank you, Chief Story. Chief, and what does it take to red flag a building? I guess I understand because we've been talking about this for some time, but I think it's important that the public be aware of how many resources are really put into these buildings to abate the issue and work with the property owner. And I know it's numerous times. I mean, sometimes upwards of 100 calls for one, many times before this. But I think that people need to be aware there's a process. It takes a long time before it gets to this space. Meanwhile, council gets numerous calls about these things. It is such a nuisance. It's a safety hazard. Sometimes it's in front of schools and, just creates a real problem for a community, and particularly fire. They were just out there, I think, over the weekend. And so, Chief, what is that process, or Larry, when you red tag it? What happens?
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, when a complaint comes to us and it tells us that this property is has more than a nuisance, it's an unsafe structure, we begin to do our investigations. We visit the site. We take our investigation notes, and we determine if it is what sense of urgency it is to remove those blighted conditions. Because what happens many times that those properties are vacant, are unoccupied, and then there is unauthorized or unwanted entrance. And so we declare the building an unsafe structure. We contact the owner. We list the investigation findings and ask the owner to abate the property, bring it into compliance, bring it into where it can be habitable. If that does not occur, then we post a notice of condemnation. We give a period of 30 days for the owner to reply. When the owner replies, then they say they will not be taking on abatement process, and we inform them that they have due process rights which is the right to appeal the condemnation order. After 15 days, if the notice to appeal expires, then we begin to take our, get bids for abatement.
So Larry, does this have to go to a judge when you when you red tag it?
I'm sorry, excuse
So
me.
when you red tag, so I'm assuming this building has been red tagged, right? And that, before that happens, it goes to a judge? Or does, that's a question. Does it go to a judge?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, what happens many times, you heard of all the service calls that the Chief Story mentioned to you. That would mean that the code compliance officers have been there and they have given a citation. If the owner does not reply to the citation, then a court date is established, a municipal court date, and they go before the municipal court.
Okay. Larry, now, is all this information somewhere where one can find it, a constituent, specifically to each address that you're working on?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, they are all listed in our municipal code. They're also listed in our building codes. Those are available online, or they can come to the Community Development Department, and we'll be review with them. But also the code enforcement officer engages with the owner when they issue a citation to explain what the violations are.
Thank you, Larry. I guess I'm interested in knowing the legwork that has happened thus far. Is it available to the public? Like, here's this property, this is the stuff we've done, this is where it's at, so it shouldn't come to a surprise to anybody that this is happening.
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Gondra, there are several points of information provided on our website. And as I mentioned, they also can, when they get the citation, they are very, so we're available to answer their questions. The public come, the owners can come, or other interested party, and we do have several people come to our department to ask about code enforcement issues.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. Thank you,
Yes,
Mary.
ma'am.
Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other comments? Members of the public? Okay, seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 24-049. Counselor Abeyta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item, 8.2, Resolution 24-050. I need a motion and a second.
Move to approve. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Bencomo, second by Councilor Abeyta. And Larry, this one's yours also.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just get my PowerPoint up.
And Nancy and Lori, this will be after they finish presentation? Okay.
And once again, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and City staff. Larry Nichols, Community Development Director for the record. Resolution 8.2 is a resolution approving the abatement and a nuisance or of a substandard structure. Location of this structure is at 643 East Picacho Street. And again, I will just briefly touch on some of the comments I made previously about the abatement and the efforts being made by the city to remove nuisance and substandard structures, and in particular, ones that are unsafe. We have identified 11 of those properties, and we have abated, and through demolition, 7 of those. Some of the more notable ones are the Kilby Motel on South Main 430 South Main. And then we have 1245 East Van Patten Avenue. Those are some of the ones that we're going to. The next items for our abatement, we have issued a demolition permit to the owner for a Camino Real. And then we will be approaching 1010 Brownlee and another property on Van Patten. Getting back to the 643 East Picacho Street, the site information, it is another dilapidated, unsafe structure. The zone is R1A. It's in an infill district location, also in the Mesquite Historical District. Whenever we bring a project into condemnation and for demolition, the demolition permit requires a review by the building department, by the utility department, and by the historical preservation specialist to find out if the property is a non-conforming or otherwise. This site was declared a non-conforming property. Again, our statutory authority to carry out a demolition through statutory and regulatory means. A couple of the blighted condition. The one is of an electrical box where a lot of the electrical wiring is either disconnected or is exposed wiring. The photo there of a ceiling structure. The most dangerous condition of this structure is the roof structure is collapsing. This is a city-owned building, and we are applying the same abatement process that we would to any other property in the city. But it is where the weed and seed facility is, and the Park and Recreation had occupied that building for quite some time, but as they continued to deteriorate beyond repair, the most favorable option there was to pursue demolition and put it into another use. A few more of the blighted conditions, some of the separation of the roof structure at the end there. This is a water heater closet that still has exposed gas piping. It is capped, but it is vulnerable to being tampered with. Our recommendation is facility substandard. It's unfit for either occupation or use, and the facility is in its present condition in both interior and exterior. The structure is not in substantial compliance with our municipal building codes, and responsible parties shall abate by permitting requirements to abate the structure and the property's premises. In speaking with the Parks Department, question was, well, what might be a future use for this site once it is demolition and available for other type of development? And there is an opportunity there for a community gathering space. We have those in other parts of the city. The photo there is an example of that, but basically it's a location for interactive play and learning, family-sized gathering, barbecues, birthday parties, items of that nature. That's my presentation. Your options are to vote yes to approve, vote no to deny, vote to amend, or vote to table, and I stand for questions.
All right, thanks, Larry. We have Councilor Corrin and Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll wait and see what the others ask.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Larry. I have a few questions in part related to, we've heard from a lot of the historic preservation folks, and actually what you presented today is different from the partial sentence that is attributed to historic preservation in the packet on page 153, which says that this is a contributing, and then the sentence ends there. So I'm not sure what those staff comments are exactly related to historic preservation, but that seems in contrast with what you're suggesting today. And then also, there have been assertions from folks within the community that this didn't go through any historic preservation process. So I'm hoping you can reconcile those conversations, what's happened, what input has been gathered, and if we've checked all the boxes. And then I would also say, I do have questions about how this happened, because we're the owners in this case, so that also seems worrying to me, because this is often about miscommunicate or non-compliant ownership, and then in this case we're the non-compliant party. So I'm just curious if you can help with those 2 points, please.
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Coran. When it was brought to our attention that the structure was deemed by the users of being unsafe, we took it to the, went through the condemnation process, which was part of that, and then to the demolition at the request of the city. As I mentioned a moment ago, the demolition permit, any demolition, it goes through a review process with the building department, the utility department, and the historical preservation specialist. When those were reviewed, they all came back to issue a demolition permit, that there were no provisions that would cause it not to be issued.
Okay, and let's see, we have Mayor Pro Tem, and then possibly Councilor Graham, and then Councilor Flores.
You're done? No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think Councilor Flores cut the line. I thought I saw her messing with it back there.
Thank you. So, so this was reviewed by the city's historic preservation specialist, and they agreed that this is non-conforming and therefore subject to demolition.
Mayor and Councilor Coran, the term that they use is a non-conforming. Excuse me. Yes, non-conforming.
Okay. And then the other question is, when did the communication happen that the folks who were occupying the space talked about it being not usable? From then to now, I guess, is how much time has passed? That's the last of my questions, and then I'll be cut off for real.
Okay. Mayor and Councilor Coran, I believe it was about 6 or 7 months ago that it was brought to my attention to have the code enforcement officers go inspect the building. I inspected the building myself with them to determine the structural safety and any kind of deficiencies that were there, in addition to the plumbing and mechanical system, which I found to be substandard and collapsing, the roof collapsing, and the other plumbing and the other items, electrical items, to be deficient for functioning.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Graham, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Larry, for the presentation. Larry, how long has this structure been owned by the city?
Mayor and Councilor Gondra, I'm sorry, the second part of the question?
How long has the structure been owned by the city?
Mayor and Councilor Gondra, I am not certain. I know about how old the structure is. It's over 50 years old. I think it was called I believe it was Chester Fielder's house at one time, Mr. Fielder's house. Mr. Fielder was my Social Security teacher back when Alameda Junior High was over there.
Social studies.
Is someone from Parks and Rec here, Ifo, or? I mean, I think it'd be helpful to hear the history. I think it was bestowed, bequeathed, whatever, to us.
Robert Nunez, Deputy Director, Parks and Recreation Youth Services. Mayor Pro Tem, the structure itself was provided to the city approximately 20 years ago, 21 years ago, through an agreement with Celapex. They own that facility. They gave it to the city of Las Cruces, an agreement for it to be utilized for youth programs.
Okay, and what have you used it for?
Up to about, Mayor Pro Tem, up to about 2013, 2014, it was being utilized through the Weed and Seed program. They were attempting to try to make it into a teen facility. But when they went in to try to take down some walls and some other, the structure was done incorrectly. And so we have been not in that facility since approximately 2013, 2014.
And what is it used for now?
So currently we are unable to use any of that facility due to the risks.
Okay, and has someone come in and done an assessment about what the cost would be to rehab the facility?
Mayor Pro Tem, approximately 5 years ago, previous city management and Public Works went in, and it was identified that it would be the cost and the requirements to fix and or be able to occupy that again was a substantial amount. That amount I am not aware of.
Does anybody know? Ivo, Larry, Sonia? No. So I think it's important when we have these things come to us, Ivo, that you have all the information in front of us, that I'm asking for an assessment, the price. What have we done? I mean, it's a building that the city has owned for many, many years, right? And I don't know, I've been talking a lot about having a specific space where we, kind of like a service project that we work with the university, DACC, the kids. It'd be a great service project for the Weed and Seed program, right? To rehabilitate in a way, to take pride in their neighborhood and understand the history. And we've talked a lot about that over the years. I guess I feel, I see it and I hear you loud and clear. I remember this coming to my attention at different moments. Ivo, you and I have talked about when these things come to council or staff have problems and concerns, the person that oversees, the counselor should know, right, what's happening, when it's going to happen, and why it's happening. I'm really concerned about this. I feel like, I know it's a structure that's unsafe and a nuisance probably, and we should do something about it. But when we ask questions, I wanna know and be sure that the city has done their due diligence, which also means that they go to Historic Preservation Committee, that they've had this discussion, what the Historic Preservation's report and recommendations would be. I mean, to me, that's really important, and I feel like some of the information is lacking thus far. And so I'm concerned. I am concerned about a building like this in that area that is not used, and what happens, especially in this area. And I know, given some of the people out in the audience are concerned about this as well, but I'm in good faith can't. I would ask that we table this until this information be brought back to us, and because I'm not sure that we have all the current information. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we have Councilor Graham and then Councilor Flores.
All right, thank you so much. I'm stepping us back to the questions on the requirement, the historic preservation requirements, and I understand that an internal assessment was done, but is this required to also go to the State Historic Preservation Office for their comment? And if so, has that step been completed?
Mayor and Councilor Graham, I'm going to have my historical preservation specialist speak about that because
Okay, great.
it does have a special designation that may not require what you were addressing there.
Okay, great. And I think this is a good conversation to have because, as you noted, there are several buildings potentially on this. So I want to make sure that I am crystal clear on the process. So, hi.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Troy Ainsworth, Historic Preservation Specialist. Councilor, your question is regarding state review?
Correct. So given its placement in a designated historic district, does it need to go to SHPO, or can this, obviously it's been handled internally and I get that,
Right.
Does it need to go to the state?
We have a Mayor Pro Tem Council. We have a complete discrepancy of recordation, is how I'm going to describe it. When the building inventory was done in 1979 and in 1980 for a potential historic district, that is the district that becomes on the state level the South Mesquite Historic District. This building at 643 East Picacho appears in that building inventory. However, on our zoning layers, it is in the North Mesquite Overlay Zone District. As the statutes are written, the Historic Preservation Commission has purview over the South Mesquite Overlay District, but not the North Mesquite Overlay Zone. That's where we have a conflict, and so the review process is internal. And right or wrong, the language in Chapter 40 of the city's ordinance specifies a review by a chief building official, by the fire marshal to determine if a building if it presents a hazard to public safety and health. Language in there specifies that the review process need not go towards the Historic Preservation Commission. That is the language in the statute. And so in our review, we certainly followed the letter of the law.
I'm going to ask that if you could please refrain your comments from the audience, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. At the present, as you are aware, Community Development Department is working with an outside consultant on the rewrite of ordinances for our zoning ordinances. There are discrepancies, and so those discrepancies are being corrected. And this is a very important step, as is the language that appears in a chapter of a city ordinance is what we have to work with. Not what I think it should say or what others think it should say, but what are the words? And that's what we have to work with. The loss of a building is a terrible thing. I will say that. That is something that I've predicated my career upon, but preventing irrevocable loss. But I also have to abide by what the rules are.
No, understood. Thank you for that explanation. And, to me, I would be happy to consider tabling this till we could get, again, and I'm not talking simply about 643 East Picacho. We have a lot of buildings that are in or potentially in this, and I personally would like a deeper and clearer understanding of overlays and state and city. So just voicing my recommendation. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before I get to Councilor Flores, I just want to, in case you were to do a motion, let me just say, so, okay, every so often, someone will email me or report something to me that, maybe a sidewalk is broken or something of some nature. So when I get that, I immediately have to send it to the city manager and our risk manager, because when they email me, I'm put on notice. And if we don't do anything to it, and somebody gets hurt, it really shows that we didn't act quickly. In the previous one, we didn't own it. And most likely, we're probably gonna put a lien on that property for the cost that it cost the city, I'm gonna guess. But this has been ramped up, so this is the city's property, and there are times where organizations or individuals will give a property like that to us. That's how we got the Amador, the county manager's complex. Nobody wanted it, and even the city didn't want it, but but as it turns out, it's going to be a good addition. What I'm trying to say is, if the council should choose to table this, I'm going to have to vote no, because I have to. If somebody gets hurt on this tomorrow, the next week, the next day, it shows that we're not taking it serious. So I just want to say that. So, Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The part I don't understand is consistent with what Councilor Graham stated. Have we looked at what the state says about preservation? Have we reconciled what we have here in the city with that? And how diligent have we been? I'm really concerned about the fact that we're slumlords. There's no other word for it. And the fact that it's beyond repair at this point is regrettable. So how can the city, and we as city councilors are the ones with egg on our face, but in terms of the administrative part of the city, I now wonder how many other buildings the city owns are in this condition. And then Troy, Mr. Ainsworth, you did mention that this particular property falls outside of the purview of whatever. All that being said, it's still within the city, it's still city-owned, and it seems to me that there has to be, with all our properties that are in the historic district and all of the properties that are owned by the city, independent of the historic aspect, have to be looked at. And we can't, I mean, that is, it's just appalling to me. And so I think I definitely believe that that we have to table this. And I agree with the mayor in part that there's a lot of liability there. I mean, a lot. I think someone can walk by and sneeze and it'll fall on them. But I think then that if it's going to be a condemned property, a step should be taken immediately to fence it in and put up signs and yada yada. So I would definitely want to table this, and also in the future, it'd be great to, especially because I've attended 1 or 2 meetings of the Historic Preservation Committee here in the city. It'd be great to have identification of, all historic, well, they're in the historic district, but anything that needs attention should be identified and presented to the that committee. But anyway, do I make my motion now, or?
What I was going to hope for is the rest of the council to talk, and then also the public wants to speak. Yeah, that's why I was afraid of that. That's why I jumped in before you, because I can read your mind.
Yeah. You're very
Yeah, exactly. Councilor Abeyta, then Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple questions, and some of my concerns have already been addressed. Obviously, if this is a nuisance area, having it fenced in for safety seems to be paramount, especially if this gets tabled. But my question is, how many calls of service have we had on this property for fire, police? How many times has it been reported?
Mayor and Councilor Abeyta, I'm not certain the number of calls for service for this building because the parking was on the Park and Recreation property, and I don't know if they called for it or if others did. I don't have that number for you, ma'am.
Thank you, and I see Chief.
Mayor, Councilor Abeyta, from Fire Chief Jason Smith, we haven't had any responses to this location in the past 12 months.
Okay, thank you. So the neighbors haven't sent in any calls. Okay. The second item, and it's more of a comment, but it is that of properties that we own, and what I've seen during my time here is, especially when it goes to historic properties, they are very costly to maintenance and take care of, and there's a responsibility when we do acquire that. It does give me a bit of concern that we've had this building for so long, and maybe that hasn't, and if it's in this shape, why we haven't seen it maybe in the ICIP or any sort of list on making sure that we are getting it up to codes and standards, or having a second plan for it too, because for me that really is a public safety issue, and so that causes me high concern to see what else do we have on that is in this type of condition that needs to be addressed, because that to me is more of an it's like more of an emergent issue, really. And so and EFO just stepped out, but I really would like to see that sort of thing and sort of a listing of any types of properties that we do own. I don't want to be a slumlord, and I don't want to have buildings that are in this type of condition if they are, especially a public hazard. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. So Ikani, I presume you'll go ahead and get with the EFO on the concerns, Councilor Abeyta. Okay, thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you. Yes, similar concerns to my colleagues, honestly. Just real quick on the current, as it is right now, is this a current picture, like recent picture?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, yes, the photos were taken about a month or month and a half ago.
Okay. I think just on the issue of being good neighbors and the property, just sort of upkeep and maintaining the area while it's in this process, I think is really important. So making sure that the weeds are cleaned, that there's not debris or trash, like those kinds of things I think are really important. And then is it boarded up?
Mayor and Councilor Bencomo, the building is secured.
Okay.
It's secured, but it's people are very inventive on how to get into a building from.
Sure.
And that's what the mayor is trying to say.
We can't control what other people do, but we can control what we do to secure the facility, right? And I think that's really important.
Yeah.
So that would be my request, that if this does get tabled, that immediately this week there are steps taken to really secure the facility, put signs up, all of those kinds of things, and working with our legal on how to avoid liability. Now that we have been talking about that quite a bit here. But I do, just on that matter, I think it's really important that we move to secure the facility as best we can. And then, honestly, similar to Councilor Abeyta, I was going to ask, I would really love to know how many properties the city owns that could be considered historic, and if there are plans for rehabilitation. I think this probably should have come to City Council in 2013, right, with some of those big concerns. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, it didn't, and now we're here. But I just would be very curious to know that and understand that. And then the other thing is, so we've had a couple of emails from folks, and please know that if we don't answer, it's because we're talking about it here today, and we could have to recuse ourselves if we email back to you in any way, shape, or form. So I hope folks understand that, but we do receive them and read them. So I know a couple of questions have been asked around this, but I really just have to know it's just for my own purpose and clarity. Has the Historic Preservation Commission heard this case for this property to be demolished?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, the answer is no, it has not. And again, it gets back to the language as written in the ordinance of where decision-making authority lies. And that's the crux of the argument.
Okay, so if the commission can the commission request to hear something and?
Yes, they could, yes.
Okay, so I think if there is, because I also want, I think advocates and the members of the public to understand the very delicate position that we are now in, right? Because 10 years ago, this was not addressed. In District 4, there are many, many houses that have been blighted and abandoned and not taken care of. And so this is sort of huge for me that we address properties that cause a serious public hazard to people. I mean, 1212 Brownlee, over and over again, we let the property owner know, please take care of this property. It's literally right next to the playground at MacArthur Elementary School. And so it is a huge hazard. It has been caught on fire. People are living in it. We just, when we were talking about Skeletor on Main Street, we heard a lot from fire department about how dangerous these facilities can be. So I think there's a fine balance, though, when we're talking about potential historic preservation in those facilities and the safety of the wider community, right? Like that's a fine balance. So in the meantime, I'm okay if we table if the Historic Preservation Commission wants to hear this, and if we want to ask the state about it, with hopefully a commitment from advocates that if for whatever reason they come with the same consensus, that's sort of then what we're working with, right? Anyway, that's just really what I wanted to say, because I understand the importance of protecting historic properties like this, and I also very much am aware of the public safety issue that comes along with such properties. So thank you. So that would just be my request, right? That if this is tabled in the meantime, that we please do everything we can as soon as possible this week to make sure that this property is secured.
Thank you, Councilor. Before I get to the public, I want to just kind of go on the tail end of what Councilor Bencomo said. I'm going to ask our city attorney a question. So there's what they refer to as strict liability, and that's regarding nuisances. You're familiar with that, Councilor? Yeah. And so, like a swimming pool, a refrigerator. What I'm trying to say is when you have these nuisances, no matter what you do, you can put all the signs in the world, you can lock it up, and if somebody still gets hurt, we're going to lose. We get sued, and we will lose. So the question to our city attorney is this considered a public nuisance, and would strict liability apply to this?
Being new to the state of New Mexico, is it not on? Okay. Being new to the practice in the state of New Mexico, in lieu of answering you off the fly, I would like to research that question for you.
Yeah, we have a few people some members of the public who want to speak about this, so can you get it done by then? Okay, so let's go. Yeah, let's start with, we had Nancy, let's see, I had Nancy and Lori. So those two ladies, if you want to come forward first, and then we'll see who else wants to speak, okay? I just need you to state your name, please, and you have 4 minutes on this issue.
4 minutes on each of my points?
No.
I'm kidding, okay.
That's pretty good, but no.
I am glad that you put me off, because in view of the presentation, I have completely changed what I want to say.
Can you state your name, please?
Oh, again, okay, yeah. Nancy Akbari Shamirzadeh. I am a resident of the Historic District, and I am also a retired attorney, a Pennsylvania attorney. I'm not and never have been a New Mexico attorney. I'm not giving, obviously, legal advice. But I think as an attorney, I can be considered somewhat of an expert in the reading of a statute and the identification of legal issues. The most important legal issue is jurisdiction. It is only at the very end of your questions that you learned that the commission, the Historic Preservation Commission, was in fact not utilized. The reason that was given for that, I question. Whatever was cited by, I'm sorry, I'm not good at names, with all due respect, needs to be reviewed by a city attorney, and I would put in an amicus curiae, whatever, brief or whatever. So that is the leading question, because that does, I shouldn't say does, that may make the difference of the process that it has to go through. So that is number one. Number two, I do think that the issue of public safety, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, is disingenuous. This property belongs to the city. The statute makes clear, or the ordinance makes clear, that any owner has the obligation to maintain the property, period. Third of all, and there are, well, okay, when I first came here, I came here 20 years ago. There were so many properties that were disheveled in the historic district, which was still being debated at the time, that we had community meetings about what was the city going to do to start to improve them. My point is, this was 20 years ago. This property has been owned by the city for approximately 10 years, and it, as somebody said, 5 years ago was the first time something came up of bringing attention to it. So I do believe that issue is disingenuous. I don't know how much time.
A little bit less than a minute.
Oh, less than a minute, okay. When I came here, we were the only property that we were on a block where not a single property was good. My friend said we had moved into a slum. Now, for blocks on each direction, every property has been rebuilt. One of them was in shambles. You will not know which one it is now. Way up on Mesquite, my husband redid a property which could not get insurance. It was such a mess. So the point about repair is also disingenuous. Also, the statute itself says if you can't put it back to its original condition, you can put in a new one. So I guess I will leave with that. I love Las Cruces, and I love the historic district, and I wouldn't live anywhere else.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nancy. Yeah. I do eat, sleep, and breathe insurance and risk management. In fact, I have a T-shirt that has an insurance policy on it. No, I'm just kidding. But Lori, you're welcome to come forward. Yeah, I can listen to hours in insurance and risk management and not get bored, so yeah, sorry.
I'm Lori Meeks. Hello, City Council, Mayor, staff. As some of you know, I own a house in the Mesquite Street Historic District. A number of you came to the Cinco de Mayo celebration there, and other people have been there. So we bought that house about 19 years ago. No one had lived there for 3 or 4 years when we bought it. We have put a lot of money into it and restored 3 or 4 buildings in that area. I also served on the board of Las Esperanzas for a number of years, published a newsletter for 4 years on the neighborhood, and I know that the Mesquite Street Historic District is a very special place with structures and history that should be celebrated and preserved for future generations. I'm beginning to feel there's a campaign against the preservation of the Mesquite Street historic area by the city. The Mesquite Street Overlay and Review Board was created to preserve this historic part of the city and was a prelude to the city's Historic Preservation Commission. The city approved funds, appointed commissioners, and hired a preservation officer only a few years ago, and now it seems the city is intent on ignoring the commission, ignoring that it exists, and running roughshod over the ordinance and guidance provided by law. Changes or demolition permits for structures in the Mesquite Street Historic District are supposed to be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission. I think the controversy about whether this is in the South Mesquite or not, it's about Picacho. The line goes up Picacho. This street is on the north side, or this house we're talking about is on the north side of Picacho. The line is at Picacho. It does not specify if it's the whole, both sides of the street or not. That's part of the problem. Anyhow, changes are supposed, the process has been bypassed for 2 houses already, and a third one is on the agenda for today. I don't understand how the city has the right to ignore legal protocols. There is no posting of signs, no 60-day waiting period, no efforts to advertise or save the property, or discussion with the Historic Preservation Commissions on solutions beside demolition. Does this reflect a city dedicated to preservation? Is someone making decisions about our historic district that is destroying our district as opposed to saving it? There are other events which have caused me to feel the neighborhood is being discriminated against. There's no more music in the park at Klein Park. The Pachanga was forced to move to Young Park. We have to get funds from the state for lighting and improvements in our parks. Money for historic survey for the neighborhood was obtained and then cut in half. It's still not been done. The arts and cultural district programs and projects disappeared from the neighborhood. The neighborhood action team, which was designed to help property owners with abandoned properties, now has been renamed nuisance abatement team. The definition of nuisance abatement is defined as the removal or termination or destruction of something. A house in the 600 block of North Mesquite, owned for years by the city, continues to deteriorate. Is there a plan for is there a plan, or is there just extreme neglect? The city appears to be completely disregarding.
Thank you, Lori. Yeah, we get your.
You get the gist?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your time.
So just out of curiosity, how many other people want to speak on this issue? So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes each. Okay? So if you want to make your way down and come here to the podium, state your name, please.
I'm Greg Smith. I'm not shy. I'll start it off. This is a very modest building, and it's in bad shape. But I would like to put before you the question of symbolism and messaging. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, members of the council, for listening. This is a home that was in the Fielder family, and I'm not sure exactly who Avron or Lawrence Fielder were. I'm not sure if Clarence Fielder ever spent much time in this particular home, but this is part of the history and part of the fabric of our community. The Fielders were important in this community. In 2012, Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Archuleta was in charge of putting together a parade celebrating or actually commemorating 100 years of statehood for New Mexico. And we went by decades talking about the different things that happened in Las Cruces those 100 years. My wife was part of the parade. She was driving a car, and in that car, she was very honored to have Clarence Fielder as her rider. That meant a lot to her. She understood, and that was one of those features of the parade, which is well remembered. So I will put it to you. It's not so much a question of some of the other things that you've got going on, but what is the message that you're sending to our community about this? And perhaps the front part of the building can be saved if the rest of it cannot, and can be included in something for weed and seed that is productive. But somehow I think that needs to be thought about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity, and I have 2 minutes, so I will do this quickly. The people that have talked before me have made some major points, but I apologize. My name is Judy Berryman. I am the current chairperson for the HPC, and I would like to directly address a couple of questions that have been brought up. One, the city is currently in non-compliance with the state of New Mexico. SHPO, State Historic Preservation Officer, has not been consulted in terms of this action. It is a requirement under New Mexico law, whether we are in the South or the North Mesquite. It has no bearing. I am requesting that the City Council vote no against this resolution until additional data is acquired. Currently, the city is also in violation of Chapter 40. I would like to invite everyone to attend a meeting with us so that we could go over what the nuances and what exactly Chapter 40 says, because I don't want to go into it right now. However, approval of demolition does not align with any of the ordinances, including Elevate Las Cruces, including Chapter 40, including the state mandates. It does not align with any of that. As people have talked before, this is a historically significant building. It has not been brought up to the council, to the commission. We do want to have a hearing on this. The building was evaluated more than in the 1970s or 1980s. Contrary to what has been told, there has not been an update. So the building currently is contributing to the historic significance of the property. We are in an awkward situation. A lot of the information that we are now getting regarding this property, I am getting right here today, rather than when we should be getting it in a normal commission meeting. So I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Hello, I'm Jackie Menike. I served on the Historic Preservation Task Committee that created Section 40, or at least worked on Section 40. That was the whole reason I joined the commission and the committee, was because I was around for when we tore down the Pink House on University. And overnight, and the house was gone. And that's what motivates people. I still hear about Loretto Chapel. How long ago was that? A long time ago. So that's my background. I worked on the force, I worked on demolition. Didn't get exactly all I wanted. I wanted 180 days. I'm happy with 60 if we would get it. So I am here to say table or say no, because the whole idea of what we spent 3 years trying to create was to prevent this very argument occurring over and over and over at great expense and great aggravation for both the community and the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. I think the Loretto Chapel was like at least 60 years ago, maybe longer, 70. So none of us were here at the time. Just want to clarify that.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Deborah Dennis. I'm the Executive Director of Human Systems Research. We are the oldest private nonprofit research in the state of New Mexico conducting historical preservation and archaeological research. In February, we'll turn 52 years old. I also serve as the Vice President of the Amador Hotel Foundation and was one of the original founders of that nonprofit. I'm not here today to tell you about the importance of this particular building, but to add to Greg Smith's comments, it was Clarence Fielder's father and grandfather's home, just so that we know. What I want to talk to you about is a very interesting conversation I had only today with the next door neighbor, or neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Holloway, who shared a great deal of information. One of the things that they told me was that, in fact, the house has been secured. It has a security system, and the city has the keys. And it was only yesterday that they found out that the house was slated for demolition. What I can tell you in visiting the property today is there's absolutely no signs, no evidence, and there's not any garbage. And if you were to see an aerial overview of how the property actually sits, what you would see is that the entire backyard is green astroturf and part of the basketball court for the Park and Rec's weed and seed facility. What they told me was a very interesting picture, and it was only very briefly mentioned by Mr. Nichols as to what they want to do with the property. But I think it's important to know that. They told me a story about having lived there. They lived next door in the house. They rent. Since 2005, they came in on Section 8. It was affordable housing. Their landlord
Excuse me,
was
Ms.
being
Dennis.
pressured by the city.
I'm sorry, you've exceeded your time, unless one of these that are sitting here want to donate their time to you.
I'm sorry. One of the things, though,
Okay,
you need
you've
to
got two
look
more.
at
You got 2 more minutes.
is what they want to do with the property.
You've got 2 more minutes, Ms. Dennis.
Because the city has been pressuring their landlord to sell the property along with the owner of the property on the other side of 643. And the reason being is that the city wants to own all the property, demolish all 3 houses, and have a parking lot, is what they have been told, so that Park and Recs has a parking lot for the daycare center that is in the weed and seed facility. When their landlord would not sell, they suddenly lost Section 8 status and no longer had that support. And their landlord came to them telling them that they were being pressured, that he was being pressured by the city to raise the rent to help them get out of the property. He refused, and they have worked with the landlord and have continued to live there. Likewise, the woman and owners of the property on the other side have adamantly refused the city's offers to purchase the land. So here we had affordable housing, we had a Hispanic neighborhood, and I think we have to look at what does the city want to be doing with this property that they are pressuring and doing demolition by neglect. Thank you.
Okay, that leaves, well, you donated your time, ma'am.
I donated 2 minutes.
Okay, well, okay. I'll give you 30 seconds after this gentleman.
Hello, Derek Pacheco for the record. My family has lived in the Mesquite Historic Neighborhood before it was called that. My grandma is 97 years old and picks cotton for the Salopek family to pay for the adobe house that she still lives in. This neighborhood is absolutely going to be like Duranguito in El Paso. Do you know why? Because you hired people from El Paso to run this program. You have the Wizard of Oz here. You have another gentleman from Texas who has no purview of what's going on in this town, which is absolutely apparent here.
Excuse me, Mr.
And then-
Pacheco.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you a favor.
Yes, sir.
You know, we're elected officials here. We're used to being called names. We're used to being ridiculed. But to do that to our staff, is not right.
I'm
So
sorry, I used the
appreciate-
wrong descriptor, but I wanted to use an example of what's going on. There's a person behind a shield. You have all put up a big shield at community development. You cannot get a hold of Dr. Ainsworth. He will not return emails or phone calls. What you get instead is a really nice Dr. Pitts, who's an amazing gentleman who will always give me time. But he is blocking access to Dr. Nichols and Dr. Ainsworth. This is dangerous. You have now locked out the youth out of the community who grew up here, who want to come back here, and who want to invest here. You all used HPC and Dr. Ainsworth here and Dr. Nichols to shut down a community garden project that I was behind and part of out of my own pocket. And you used the HPC and Section 40 and 38 and Mesquite and all this overlay to cut me out. And you won't even come to a site meeting, Johanna. Thank you for your attention. Because you cited that your life was in danger if you were to show up. It's on record. Thank you.
I will be brief, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the seconds. Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, I wanted to respond, Mr. Mayor, to
Can I
your
have you
comments
state
about
your name?
security. My name is Joe Ruprecht. I'm a resident of District 1 currently. The comments that you made about the security and the risk involved in this building, I was there this morning. I took photos. I thoroughly looked at the front of the property and at the back. This is bounded on either side by residences that are fully occupied, that show evidence of occupation, and where the residents are actively looking after this property. Also, the property itself does have the windows in front boarded up. It does have bars of security on the front windows. There's no evidence of breakage as far as the front door. And on the back side, it's bounded entirely by a trailer park and by fencing. The fencing on either side of the front of the building is intact. It's not broken down. There's no evidence of fire damage or of incursion.
I gave you an extra 30 seconds.
So the
but-
risk is minimal,
but
sir.
Did you imply that there's someone there?
No,
Oh.
I'm saying that the property on either side is single-family residence, and that those residents are actively monitoring this city building. And they say that the city is actively monitoring too by a security system.
Okay, thank you. This gentleman here, or whoever is.
Hello, my name is Daniel Buck, and I am a resident of the Mesquite Historic District. Like many others, 3 years ago, before I moved into my home, which will be celebrating its 100th birthday, it was considered dilapidated and unlivable. Lori and Nancy and Robert and countless others have spoken and invested in the Mesquite Historic District, have played a part in the renewal of cultural heritage and the preservation of Las Cruces' most unique historical facet, which is that of the remaining portion of the El Camino Real, which is intact and preserved. My home is celebrated west of me by residents, more than 8, who once called my home their home as a child, a family of 12. When I bought my home 3 years ago, there was no roof in the casita. There was no internal infrastructure for heating and cooling. There was not even operational plumbing, and there was somebody living there. And to think that the property before you that is up for possible demolition or resolution, I might state, has gone before without fully being examined and rectified for the Historic Preservation Commission is a shame, while countless others in our neighborhood have burned over the last year because of drug use and squatting. Those homes have not had any action taken by the city to mediate the crime that has been a growing concern for the residents of District 1. I'm a proud sponsor of the horse trolley. I've never seen a single counselor join us in the past 14 months on the horse trolley that runs up and down Mesquite every first Friday, which sponsors the unique economic tapestry of the historic district. sponsoring local art galleries, restaurants, and coffee shops, which make it our home. These fine gentlemen and ladies who spoke today, we have had cocktail hours, convened as a community, we enjoy each other's company, and we fight for the revival. Las Cruces is one of the only communities I have seen that does not have economic tourism from its historic value in the Mesquite Historic District. It's one and only truly recognized area of District 1 for history. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you're last one. Oh, okay, yes, Mike.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilors. Mayor Pro Tem. My name is John T. Verplew, and I'm here largely speaking on behalf of my wife, Faith Hudson, who couldn't come here, but I know you're in receipt of a 2-page letter that I hold right here in my hand that she crafted, took yet another day to talk about another house that's owned by the city that's been demolished without undertaking the proper reviews. So I want to just take a chance to bring up a couple of these points in here. And the first being that, you know, this is a city-owned property. And so in this instance, to cite the NMSA Code 3.18.5, you know, for failure to comply or to have an unsafe residence just is an absurdity, really, to me. I can't believe that we're quoting state statute, which is for, you know, disregard of the residence for recalcitrant owners, you know, who you can't make comply with your own ordinances, or just scofflaws from the law. Well, it turns out it's us, okay? That's just a shame, I think. What we find here, you know, the electrical's off, the gas is off, the suspended ceiling is falling, but, you know, that's largely due to the fact that the load-bearing walls were taken out, apparently by city people. There can be no other reason why the structure is failing at this point. I have to say that the city is really guilty of demolition by neglect on this property. They had it since 2011, given by the Fielders. You honor a Fielder just down the block where he contributed his own house to be weed and seed, and yet we turn right around and just throw away what was given through the Salopec Foundation for a year, but then went to the city. For these years that it's been completely unusable or deemed hazardous can only be our fault. I mean, I'm part of this city as well. I live in the old town site. Secondly, that you know, that the word is not conforming, but contributing. That's the question that you have to ask yourself. And so this is in fact a contributing structure. It was found to be so in 2004, and it has to follow the regulations of being reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you're the last one. Okay.
My name is Mike Tejas. My family dates back to the 1700s in this area right here. If you were to go to the new Las Cruces up in Sonoma area, you would never know that there was a culture in this city that there is. Right now in the old Las Cruces, we're at risk at losing our history, our culture, art, and the preservation of this property. I'd like to just plead to put a stop to any demolition and give time to come up with a plan. I believe that Mesquite Historical District is as important as the downtown plaza is. We need to get on that Mesquite District, finish phase 2, and get something that tourists can go through. That is who we are right there. That is us. That is Las Cruces. That's our heritage. The art represents who we are, where we came from, our family, and our roots. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments, everyone. So Linda, did you have a chance to find out if that was, if not, no worries. Then the reason why I ask is, I always believed that it was, but if you, and respectfully, need more time, then if that's the will of the council wants the table, I'm okay with it as well. I just thought that, you know, we needed to, but, you know, in light of that, so.
And Mayor, I'll just say, in light of my prior comments, attorney-client privileged information, I'm not inclined to give publicly, but I'm happy to research matters and advise the council in advance, and that was not a question posed to me in advance.
Okay, good. Okay, so with that, Larry, did you have anything closing?
Mr. Mayor, no, I'm ready for the councilor to express their opinion.
I move to table.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Flores, second by Counselor Bencomo.
Bencomo, you have a question? You can.
I'm sorry, is it a motion and a second? There
That's
are no
fine, that's fine.
questions on the motion to table, although it would be nice to know to table till when? Next council meeting, next year? What?
Next year.
What, can you give me a little bit more time? Well, okay, but the January,
You know,
February?
there's a big mess here.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
You know, you
But
can't
60
just-
days, 60 days, maybe?
Well, 60 days takes us into next year.
Well, yeah, okay, so table it for the
That's why I said next year.
first meeting in February.
Okay, that sounds good. Valentine's Day.
Okay. And is that okay with the second, Councilor
Yeah,
Bencomo?
it was me.
Oh, was it? It was
was me,
Councilor
and
Beta?
yes,
Are you
that's
okay with that? Okay, so it's been moved and second, table to the first council meeting in February,
That would be February 5th.
February 5th. Okay. There's no, okay, so Christine?
This is on the motion to table Resolution 24-050 to the February 5th, 2024 council meeting. Counselor Beta?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, next item, 8.3, Resolution 24-051.
Move to approve, Graham.
Second, Abeta.
Motion made by Councilor Graham, second by Councilor Beta. Leanne Demouche will be presenting.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Graham. I have to pull down mine also. I'm getting there as well. This is a resolution from a couple of departments that I'm bringing forward to you. One of them is mine also, and added a couple of other resolutions along with it that are much needed right now. So I'm going to jump into these. Most of these are in the general fund, and then they're in, excuse me, I've been trying to fight a cold. Most of these are in the general fund, and then one is from the employee health fund, and then also one for utilities. For the general fund, the Human Resources Department is requesting a budget adjustment for expenses of $150,000. This is for actually the workforce compliance program. They're wanting to conduct an ADA self-evaluation survey of our facilities, services, and programs. And then they also want to use some of the funding to buy headsets and to also provide translation services during the council meetings. So that they need $150,000 for all of that. For Parks and Recreation, they're requesting $114,000. This also is adjusting the CIP, which is also attached to your packet. This is actually for the project called in the CIP, Apodaca Park, Aquatic Playground, and Multi-Use Path. And we did get a grant for this, and we had a match with the grant, but with the cost of construction, they just need a little bit more, $114,000, so they can begin construction and begin moving on this project. Yes, I figured, yes, Councilor Gondeta would be happy with this. For community development, they are requesting $150,000, and this is to assist them with throughout the rest of the fiscal year for any of the demolitions and substandard structures that we have coming forward to council during the rest of the fiscal year. For public works, they are requesting $285,000. This is for repair of a storm drain. This happened to be on the corner of Loman and Telshore. It was damaged during some construction, and Public Works needs to go in there and fix the storm drain, especially, with the upcoming weather that we're going to be having. So they need to get that taken care of, and they've estimated the construction cost has come in on a quote of $285,000. And then the next two that you see, the Employee Health Fund for $400,000. You also see it's actually coming into the general fund. You know that our budget season is going to be taken off in a few weeks, few months. And so I'm trying to do some cleaning up of some of the funds. And 6320, which is our employee health fund, is no longer needed. And so what I want to do is I'm requesting that these funds be moved into the general fund. And that way I can make that fund inactive and it will not show up during the budget process. We used to be self-insured for health insurance. We're no longer self-insured. We're actually on the state. So that fund is no longer needed for health insurance. And then the last one is back in August, the Treasury Department brought forward to you a NMDA resolution and also an ordinance for a grant and a loan. This was from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. It was for various wastewater projects, and it was a total of $17.1 million. And what we're doing here is we're just expensing it, bringing in the revenue, bringing in the expense, and also putting these projects in the CIP. And as always, these are your council options, and I'm here to answer any questions, and I've also got lots of staff behind me that can come up and answer direct questions if you have about these projects. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Leanne. Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Demouche. I have a question about the money for human resources to hire someone. Did you say that is that the line item to hire, you said translator?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah,
Okay.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, yes. It's $100,000. They want to do a self-evaluation survey of their ADA, for ADA for their facility services and programs. And then they want to use $50,000 to buy headsets and to also provide translation services for Spanish, for council.
So you're talking about printed materials for the public or for in-house?
I think it's only during the council time if somebody, you know how we've had public come up to the podium and they need translation services. I think it's for them to have a headset so that way they can be translated from Spanish to English or English to Spanish.
Okay, that doesn't include printed materials.
I am not sure. I'll actually ask Gail Estes, who is our ADA and EEO coordinator, and also Saran McGee, who's new to the city, and she is our ADA compliance coordinator.
Well, I have a question. Why is it under ADA? It's not a disability not to speak English.
It is under the program called Workforce Compliance Program, and they are in charge of that
Well, who knew? But I do want to bring if you're going to provide, the reason I asked whether there's going to be printed materials is I've said this before, and it's very important because translation services are for the written word, and interpreters are a totally different breed of people.
So,
and that's they're simultaneous interpreters who are amazing. So if you're going to send out a call for to submit their resumes, you may get the wrong person for either one of those jobs. So that has to really be specific. Interpreting at council meetings and writing about the printed material are two different animals altogether.
So Mayor, Councilor Flores, I apologize. I might have used the wrong word, but I'm going to go ahead and let the experts back here pipe in.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Councilor Flores, my name is Gail Estel. I'm the compliance administrator in human resources, and this is a fairly new section of human resources. Now, I've been at the city since 2018, I guess, and I was hired as the EEO ADA coordinator. And so as part of that, ADA compliance was part of my job. It became more than what one person could do, and so we came back to the council with this new budget year or the one we're in now, and we were able to hire an ADA compliance coordinator, which is Saran McKee. And so with that being said, with our transition plan, you'll notice that we haven't brought our transition plan to the council for final approval. We were able to do the public right-of-ways. Public Works had the funding for a consultant to come in with that, but we haven't been able to do our facilities, services, and programs. And so we would like to use $100,000 of that money. We're in the process of an RFP, if this is approved, in order to hire a consultant to come in and do the same ADA assessment compliance, and Saran can probably speak better to that, so that we would then identify any barriers that exist. The consultant would then prioritize those barriers into low, medium, and high risk for noncompliance, with kind of an estimated budget of what those would cost to complete. And then we would prioritize those, and then each year we would be able to budget for, whatever we thought we could, get for that budget year, to start removing some of those barriers that have existed within the city. Then with the other, the rest of the funds, we would like to, I know the city council has been asking for a Spanish interpreter at the city council meetings, also for ASL interpreter at the meetings. And so we would also use these funds to hire those two ASL and Spanish language interpreters to be at each city council meeting. We would have both of those here all the time, so nobody would have to recommend or ask for an accommodation. They would just be here. So if we were to get this from December till the end of the fiscal year, it cost about $15,000. We do currently have vendors that already do ASL interpreting for the city, and has worked with other agencies and other municipalities. They're already vendors, and we've already got estimates, and they're all willing to start. In fact, the Spanish-speaking one, if everything's approved and we could get everything in process, is willing to come to the December, next meeting. And so then with some of that, so that'd take about, between now and the end of the fiscal year, that'd take about $15,000, $16,000 of that. Then also for the Spanish interpreter are the headsets for the interpreters, and so we don't have an estimate on that, what that would cost yet. But then also, you're talking about the written language. We have a vendor that we haven't started using yet, Certified Language International, that has the capacity to do not only interpretation in 256 different languages, and we can do it virtually, but will also has the ability to do translations. And so one of the issues or concerns that some of the folks had was, we have in the Spanish is, a certain dialect in this community. And so we would work with Certified Language International and kind of let them know what the dialect is and what we would expect with Spanish interpreting or translation. And then we would use that entity, that program, to be the city's, translator, so that everything would come from the same place, and they would be familiar with the city and our culture and with that. So, Saran, do you have?
You were great.
I just want to say that that service is really going to have to hone in on really how the Spanish-speaking people here speak Spanish. So thank you so much for that information. I hope they're able to do that, because the Spanish spoken here is not the Spanish that's spoken in Los Angeles or New York or Miami or Spain or Argentina. So thank you very much for the explanation. I appreciate it very much. And thank you, Ms. Leanne Demouche.
Thank you. Anyone else? How about members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 24-051. Councilor Abeyta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta is absent. Mayor?
Yes. All right. last one. Item 8.4, Council Bill number 24-006, ordinance number 3048.
Move to approve. Beta.
Second, Graham.
Motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Graham. Erica Hawkes will be presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Erica Hawkes, Treasurer. The ordinance before you is to authorize the issuance and sale of $4.6 million of state shared gross receipts tax bonds. The bond proceeds will be used to acquire fire trucks, fire engines, fire equipment, and other fire and emergency vehicles, and to pay for the debt issuance cost. The issue amount cannot exceed $5.6 million with interest rate of 12% or less per year. The interest rate is estimated at between 3.4 to 3.6%. The bond maturity cannot exceed 15 years from the date of issuance, and the underwriting and/or purchaser discount cannot exceed 1%. The bonds are pledged with a subordinate lien on the city-state shared gross receipts taxes. The fire department will be replacing a fire engine for Fire Station 6 with an estimated cost of $950,000. Fire Station 6 will also get a technical rescue response vehicle with an estimated cost of $300,000. They will also be replacing an aircraft rescue and firefighting unit for Fire Station 7, which is located at the airport, and it's estimated at $1.3 million. The fire department will also be getting a new fire engine, a new aerial fire truck, and an ambulance unit. The total estimate cost for these three items is $2.95 million. And these are needed for new capacity, and some of them are going to be in use for Fire Station 9. And like always, Fire Station provides pictures. So here we have a picture of an aircraft rescue and firefighting unit, which is at the airport. That's the green one. And then a fire engine, which is to the right. And we also have, on the left, we have an aerial fire truck, and on the right, we have a rescue response vehicle. Here are your regular council options, and I stand for any questions.
Thanks, Erica. Questions? I know you drove all the way here from Albuquerque. Did you all want to say something? No? Just pass it. Hurry up and get on the road. Okay. That's our bond council. They're the ones who work for us. Okay, members of the public have any questions? George?
George Pearson. As a member of the Technical Advisory Committee to Realize Las Cruces, we were talking about street designs. And part of the street design discussion is lane width. And the consultants say we need to have 12-foot wide lane widths. And one of the reasons was to be able to have room for fire trucks to go down the streets. Well, with wider lanes, we have higher speeds, and instead of fighting fires, the fire response ends up being crash response caused by wider lanes. So what I'm asking is, as we look at this equipment that we're about to purchase, that we purchase equipment that's appropriate for the area that they're going to serve. If they're mostly serving residential areas, if fire station is serving a residential area part of town, get a fire equipment that fits that need. The aerial truck is probably, I'm not familiar with firefighting, of course, but the aerial truck might be something that isn't really needed in a residential area. Aerial truck sounds like a downtown area, a quick piece of equipment. So just look at purchasing equipment that's appropriate to the needs that will serve the community.
Well, let's put the chief on the hot seat and see what he says.
Mayor, members of City Council, Fire Chief Jason Smith, we are purchasing equipment that is necessary to provide adequate fire protection and maintain our ISO rating for those areas of development. We have looked extensively at our street designs of how we could minimize kind of our footprint and move in ways that will actually enhance our population density and decrease our street widths. But in some areas, yes, a 12-foot lane is necessary for a fire truck. And some residential homes do need an aerial ladder to provide fire protection to them.
And so one of the things that we get to brag about with the LCFD is that there are one of only maybe 100 fire departments in the nation that have an ISO of a 1, which from an insurance standpoint makes the rates the cheapest as possible. I mean, when they went to a 1, if they were, say, a 5 or 6 and they dropped to a 1, I mean, that saves the residents $30 to $40 a month in their insurance costs. So the chief is confident that
Right.
they need it, and I think it's good. No, I'm
Right,
good.
I'm just going to go back to some previous comment that was made. At a 20-mile-an-hour rate of speed, a collision with a pedestrian or bicyclist has a 90% chance of survival. At 40 miles an hour, they have a 10% chance of survival. And street design widths play directly into that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, George. I'm pretty certain that today's streets, the city's requirements allow for the fire trucks. The only ones that came into question were the Las Colinas area. Those streets were really narrow. Of course, those took place before I even came on city council, but they were really narrow, and that was where the biggest problem was. So what you were addressing definitely applied to that area. But I'm pretty sure that Public Works and Community Development make sure certain, streets are wide enough that can handle almost anything. But those are great questions, so thank you for bringing those up, George.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilor.
Apropos of what Mr. Pearson brought up, I brought this up before, and I hope that, Dr. Pitts and Mr. Nichols are here. Cantera Arc or Cantera Street, that's the one that is bizarre. That's the one where that big truck wouldn't fit. No way. So, and it's densely populated too. I mean, there's a lot of housing and double whatever. But at any rate, I really hope that our planning department, community development department stays on top of that sort of stuff and not cave in to the developer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, no one seen from the public? Okay, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3048. Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor McComo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Erica. So now, go to board appointments. I don't think there's none. Notice of proposed ordinances, there will be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinances. First one, 10.1, Council Bill number 24-007, ordinance number 3049.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Next one, 10.2, Council Bill number 24-008, ordinance number 3050.
Bring it forward.
Forward. Next one is 10.3, Council Bill number 24-009, ordinance number 3051.
Bring it forward.
Bring it forward. Okay, now we're going to go to council member board reports. I have a couple things. The first one is, so a couple weeks ago, Mr. Wilson brought to, or emailed me, and I think he also discussed a little bit in council about he was able to receive some vests from the highway department. And he'd asked if the city could match that. So about, I think it was 150 vests, and if we could do 150, then give those out to the bicyclists. And I had emailed, I told him, I said, well, I don't know. I got to check and see if, with the city attorney to see if that violates the anti-donation clause. And so that's basically, I was wondering if you had a chance to look into that.
No, Mayor, when I first started here, one of the first things I said was I thanked Jocelyn Garrison and Brad Douglas for all the work they did as a mighty team of two. We're still a mighty team of two. It's just Brad Douglas and I, and so we're working our best. And so to directly answer your question, I've submitted your question to outside counsel. I have not yet received a response.
I know there's certain exceptions, economic development, certain income level, certain health thing, but I don't know. That's why I asked. Yeah. I received this email from the university. It says, I would like to express my gratitude to you and the Las Cruces City Council for allowing New Mexico State University the opportunity to discuss the proposed Tax Increment Development District, or TID, during the Las Cruces City Council work session on October 24, 2023. Given the complexities of the proposed TID, New Mexico State University believes that additional discussions between NMSU and the City of Las Cruces are warranted before formal consideration by the Las Cruces City Council. Therefore, New Mexico State University respectfully requests that the resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between NMSU and the City of Las Cruces to establish a TID be pulled from the November 20th City Council meeting agenda. New Mexico State appreciates your close connection to the university and values the productive relationship the two institutions have had under your leadership. Sincerely, Scott Eichenbrenner, Special Assistant to the President. This, of course, was addressed to me, so just want to let you know that won't be on the agenda on the 20th. Okay, so next, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to extend my deep condolences to my colleague and friend, Shannon Reynolds. Maggie Reynolds passed away over the weekend, and it, let me just get myself together here. Maggie and I go back a very long way. We went to school together. We graduated with our undergrad. But that family took a number of college students in at a time when none of us had computers, and Shannon had the only computer, because he worked through IBM. And so all of us youngsters would pile in a car and go over to Maggie and Shannon's house. And Maggie has always just been a beacon of hope and light. What you saw of her over the years is truly what she was and will always be, very, very special. So I'm deeply, deeply sorry that we lost her over the weekend. I'm so sorry, Councilor Flores. I thought you knew, so our deepest condolences, and maybe we should send a card and maybe a tree in her name. I'm not sure, council members, if you're interested in doing that. But I know that Shannon will need a lot of support through this. I don't think there is any plans as of yet for a memorial service of sorts, but it sounded like he would notify us via Facebook. So, yeah. As far as the Vision Zero, we had a number. We've been talking about this for some time. I'm very supportive of the Vision Zero action plan. I'm wanting to see how it coalesces with the plan that we put together, Councilor Abeyta, a few years back, and that passed with the complete streets. But I know that IFO, we've had some discussions more specifically about an area near the baseball fields, the parks, and I thought I saw some flashing lights. Did they put those on, or was that always something that they were going to do? I didn't think that they had. That was one of the recommendations. The other was using the green paint to identify, the bike paths, especially in that area, particularly around the school, Sierra Middle School, where it gets really congested and kids are walking and biking, and along with when there's activities. But I've also have asked about doing a study around the hawk systems and where we would like to see more of them. I think that is a piece of the puzzle. And I'm convinced that we need the speed, what are we calling it? The speed cameras. I think it's something that is a part of also the long vision for addressing speeding and fatality, the crashes and that result in fatalities. And so I would really like I just don't know where this would, I'm thinking the Health Policy Review Committee, we can start thinking about looking at talking and really moving, and there needs to probably be, I think there's just a number of plans and a number of groups that we need to probably condense into one, to look at this and really move it forward. And then I'd like to see where our active transportation coordinator position is, and if they're any closer to hiring this individual. Okay, and you know, I was so impressed with the Living Lumbre presentation, and the kids, those really are our future, and it was amazing to see them stand up here and, well, first and foremost, to actually think this through and develop sort of, yeah, it is genius, Councilor Flores. And if there is anything that the city of Las Cruces could do, and as they were presenting it, I thought a lot about our Kids Can programming here in Las Cruces through Community Action Agency, April Christensen. We have something similar, right? They develop their business plan and their projects, and they sell their inventory, if you will, at our farmers market and a number of places at the mall. And so I wonder if there is something, Ifo, that we could do. I'm not sure, Mayor, having them here, was it just to present, or how we might afford them through the city opportunity to sort of ensure that they're a part of the solution, particularly around homelessness, right?
Yeah.
And being that we're in our cold season, it sure is. At night, the temperatures dip pretty low, and we're just starting with our fall and winter weather. So I'm interested in looking at how we can help, facilitate the, mass producing and/or how we get these into the hands of our homeless folks. Let's see, I'm looking through my notes. I was appreciative having Jennifer and company from El Paso Electric do the presentation on advanced metering. They have come a couple or 3 times to our Doña Ana County Resilience Leaders, and we've actually done a couple of focus groups specific to this. And because of the equities sort of issue about ensuring that low-income folks have a say in this. How are they going to be educated? We had a number of great meetings specific to providing information to El Paso Electric in terms of how they're educating the public related to advanced metering. So I was glad that they were here. I think our PIO and the city of Las Cruces can be real partners as they move through this, and I would recommend that we have a section on our website specific to this and do what we can to inform the public that this is happening. And then I'm continue to be astonished about this whole defunding police accusation. We haven't done it, and nice to know. I've been here for 8 years and I have a record. So people can look and see that not only me, but this council has never defunded police. In fact, we gave them 18 more positions to help. And so I don't know, but I'm hearing that Conservative Inaction is putting out misinformation, and I'll call that out. We'll continue to be open to Ms. Lucchini and others that want to speak regarding this idea that this council has defunded police, because we just have not. It's far from the truth. So with that, Mayor, I turn that back over to you.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Regarding the students that came with the, so I was with Representative Ray Lada, and we were talking about the engineers, the university, and one thing leads to another. And then he said, hey, have you seen, because he represents that area, have you seen the invention that the kids at Santa Teresa High did? I go, no. And he told me about it. It sounded really interesting. And I said, hey, well, bring them here to City Council so we can see it. And that's how it came up. So I was actually emailing him, and I apologize. I was calling Mr. Ramos. I don't know where I came up with that, so I I'm starting to be like Counselor Flores here, but
No, I'm not senile, not yet.
in fact, I even referenced that, but,
Ha, ha, ha.
so anyways.
I
but-
have nothing to say after that, really. I'm
All
indignant.
right, all
No,
right.
seriously, I'm exhausted. So, but I do want to thank everybody who's still here, and I want to thank our fans. No, or not. Anyway,
I don't
good
think
night,
it's,
everybody.
I think it's a little bit less voluntary than that, but, no, just kidding. Counselor Coran.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for you all's comments. I just wanted to give a couple of notes or sort of shout outs or things that have gone great in the last few weeks. Also, first, again, I will reassert the reminder to come to the PRC meeting tomorrow at 8:30 on the second floor. I hope you all can join us. And I think Representative Rubio is really going to be talking about mobility justice, and that includes making sure that all people are safe on our streets. And I do think that that's a really fundamentally important conversation. And I think that there are a lot of city staff that this committee has a lot of city staff who represent a lot of the things that we've talked about, engineering and sustainability and design and all of those conversations. So I'm really looking forward to that tomorrow morning at 8:30. I do want to say that thank you again to Katrina, who's really been organizing, and Grace for organizing a lot of community outreach events last week with the New America students, and they did a mock city council meeting here, and Councilor Bencomo and Councilor Flores were with me, and Councilor Bencomo might have more to say, but to be perfectly honest, it's really hopeful to see people who are thinking so critically about our future and so hopefully about everything in our world. And I hope that they do actually run for city council someday and replace us. That would be great. So thank you for organizing that and making it so successful. And also thank you for bringing back the Neighborhood Leadership Academy, which I know had gone away, and I think is going to be really exciting for people to learn what the city does. And that those applications are open now, right? People can apply now for the Neighborhood Leadership Academy. And if you ever wonder, what does the city do, or if you want to think about how you can become engaged with the city and city services and better understand all of those things, I highly recommend that you consider applying for the Neighborhood Leadership Academy through our Community Engagement Office. So thank you for making that happen. I also want to give a shout out to Connie in Transit and all of the folks in transportation, Mike and Richard and everyone who was there yesterday for the Transit Rodeo, where the best of our drivers, or the ones who had the most confidence. I understand that there are more drivers who will hopefully have more confidence next year, came and did a lot of really extraordinarily challenging feats while driving buses, city buses, and our paratransit service. That included backing into, I was a judge of the left-hand back-in, where people had to back into a space that was smaller than my garage, which I'm too scared to back into. So let me just give a shout out to the transit drivers who are out there doing things, and many of them are really extraordinary at their jobs. The winners, I think, qualify to go to states and potentially nationals, so I'm really excited for that. We will be representing well, and I just really want to say that the transit folks showed their best, and I was really proud of both their abilities in the job and their commitment to sort of each other and creating a great climate for people who use transit in the city of Las Cruces. So it was a really fun day all around, so thank you to everyone who made that super successful. I can't wait to hear about the future triumphs of the drivers who did a really good job. And then the last note, which this will happen before our next city council meeting, but I will be having my community meeting / celebration on November 18th at the ASCMV. So it's a little bit different than a traditional community meeting. There will be low cost. People have said, like, oh, I'm not going to come because I might walk away with an animal, and frankly, that's my covert goal, so I'm tricking you all who come. There will be discounted animal adoptions, but also representatives from city services that I get a lot of questions about in my district, including Public Works, Parks and Rec, and so there will be folks there 11 to 1 in the parking lot. You can take a tour of the new Animal Services Center. There will be animals in it, and they will be cheap or free, probably, if you ask me. I might sponsor your fall from grace if that happens. So please join us November 18th at the ASCMV from 11 to 1. And again, thank you, Katrina, for setting that up and putting the word out. So I hope to see folks there. That's the last of my notes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McComo?
Councillor Corin, that's such a good idea. I love that. Please sign me up. I would be happy to sponsor someone as well. So sign me up. Thank you. I just have a couple of comments. I did want to also note the New America students. That day was really fun. Really thanks a lot to Katrina and her team and our amazing city clerk and everyone else that was involved, because that was honestly really fun and really incredible. They took part in a mock city council, which Councillor Corin helped them run, and then they participated in a Q&A session with me and with Councillor Flores. And honestly, they had incredible questions, right? Like we talk about young people being the leaders of tomorrow, but they're the leaders of right now. And they just asked such thoughtful questions about, I mean, they're downtown, right? And so we often talk about what's, you know, some of the struggles downtown is going to, but they just had such thoughtful questions about the unhoused community, about drug use, about policing, about immigration, economic development. Like they just had incredible questions. And so it was really fun to be part of that. And I know that Katrina's working on doing more things like that with young people, and having that opportunity to come here and really experience local government, which I really love. So thank you everyone that was involved in that, including the teachers that brought them over. I also met with La Clínica Familia last week. I unfortunately missed her ribbon cutting a couple of weeks ago due to some unfortunate car troubles, but that were completely my fault. We won't talk about that though. And so I got to visit with them and their new behavioral health wing on Motel this last week, and just learned about, honestly, there's a ton of services that they have that I just didn't know about. And I did talk to them about, sitting down with UEFO and Chief Story, just about how we can be better partners and in treating folks who, and connecting people to resources who might really need it. And so that was really great. One of the things though that did come out of that meeting was that there's a lot of folks using that facility now, a lot of families, kids, adults, and there is a bus stop right in front, right on Motel, and that is a very busy street. And so they're requesting that if we can work on a way to, I know that Hawk systems are incredibly hard to come by, but Tony, I'm looking at you, if there is a way to work with the county on how to provide some sort of walking pathway from the bus stop to across the street to their new facility, because it is quite a significant set of folks who do not have transportation, who are using public transportation or walking there, who would really need that that safety to cross that very busy street. And then lastly, I met with Lorenzo Alba recently, Casa de Peregrinos, who is really concerned about the cost of food currently impacting their budget. And they really would like us to consider an amendment for their budget currently, because they are being very, very much affected by the rising cost of food. And then as part of that conversation, I think if we are able to do that, to think about the additional utilities assistance that we provide through them, and if that, I haven't asked Adrian what the budget looks like on that right now, but it is obviously getting colder. Maybe it's not cold today, it wasn't cold yesterday, but it is getting colder, and people's gas bills will start to rise. And so I just want to check in with them that we have those funds. But I figured if we consider an amendment for Casa de Peregrinos to support their food costs, that we might as well include the utilities budget as well. That is it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. If they have a chance to kind of put it down, how much they need and why, and that would be good. Okay. Councilor Graham?
Thank you. I just have a quick thank you, Chief Story and others in LCPD for welcoming Councilor Corrin and myself to training last Friday. It was incredible to see what your instructors are engaging in and engaging with. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that we got to meet Ranger, the new, I'm not sure if Ranger's a technical title, but emotional support genius therapy dog. Yeah, so we, and I was extremely distracted when I realized Ranger was on premises, so missed that portion of the training, and I apologize. But it's really, it's enlightening to see the training, and also to see, I mean, I'm laughing because I'm excited to pet a dog, but it's really great to see the department opening up to new paths of thought, new methodology, and go Ranger. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor. Councilor Beta.
Thank you. I have just a few quick updates. The first is on October 25th, we did have a quality of life meeting. We looked at the library master plan, the initial portion. It's still being crafted at the moment, and kind of talked about different items. There is a look at the, I believe, the Brannigan Sustainability Fund, where they used to buy books. I think that's, and how it's being used in the past means that the endowment fund is going down quite a bit, and so I think that's something for us to look at in the future. And then there was a thought about looking into how we utilize the website and market ourselves as well through the library. So those were very interesting items. We took a look at the America 250 celebration and what that could mean for us here in Las Cruces. And we do have on deck in January, we will look at what is it called? The Founders Day. And so we'll have a conversation of that in January. The second item, last week I was in Santa Fe where I helped chair the meeting between the Association of Counties and the municipalities as we did our pre-legislative meeting and prioritization. And I'm happy to share, Ifo, later on with you a few of those items that we will be working with. A lot of it does look at public safety, funding for water infrastructure projects, and of course taxation and how that might impact municipalities. Those are my quick updates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ifo, City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just a couple of updates first, and then a few updates. First, from VLC, just an announcement, Las Cruces has won the bid to host the 2024 New Mexico Outdoor Economics Conference. It's to be held October 2nd through the 4th, so October 2024. And that will be that 10th year anniversary of the designation of the Organ Mountains Desert Peaks National Monument. So it'd be really timely. Appreciate all the work with Visit Las Cruces, all that they did to get that bid. Also appreciate the support from the county. I know they've asked the county to support as well, and this is something county is committed to support and help get. So thank the county and Visit Las Cruces for that. And then just an update from Parks and Rec, out of school time camp registration begins Wednesday, November 8th. And camp takes place Monday, November 20th, Wednesday, November 22nd, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. at 2 city locations, I guess to be determined. And then really, just a real quick, I just got a text about the active transportation coordinator. They're in their final interviews right now, so we should have some update here soon. And then I'd like to turn some time over to Chief Story. Chief and his team have been really innovative in a lot of different projects. They've been working really hard, bunch of different things. But this is one that I want him to give an update on. I know Councilor Bencomo, I think Mayor Pro Tem have been vocal about this homeless court, and I know the judges as well. And so Chief Story has taken that and run with it, and he's been meeting with the judges. And so just a quick update on where we are, Chief.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, to be fair, this is obviously something that Councilman Como's brought up several times. Both Judge Goldbaum and Judge Filosa also approached me as we were discussing some other things. We've had several meetings, including Natalie from the city manager's office, as well as Nicole at the Community of Hope and Amador Health Clinic. So I'm confident to say we're about 75% there to establishing a program that we can start at the beginning of the year. The program, the name has been agreed upon as SOS, which is for solutions, opportunities, and support. And really the ultimate goal is to reduce the total amount of involvement in the criminal justice system, which is a win-win. So if there's less citations, that means there's less crime being committed by those that are homeless. And hopefully that means because they're getting services and they're being successful, and success is going to look different for each individual. But realistically, if we're 10% or 20% successful, that's going to make an impact overall in the community. So it's a win-win for, I think, everyone, the businesses, the residents, those that are homeless and suffering from either substance use disorder and or mental illness, which is kind of the focus of this, but it will apply to anyone who is currently homeless.
Can I just say something? Thank you, Chief, for just being so open to these kinds of solutions. I really appreciate it. I got a chance to meet folks at Veterans Court recently, and Veterans Court here is like one of the most successful across the state. And so these kinds of courts, these kinds of outreach courts just have tremendous success. And so I really appreciate our willingness to jump in and try something new, that goes beyond criminalization of folks. So I really want to just appreciate the staff and the community. And I think La Clinica would actually be a great partner as well.
Thank you, Chief. And then one item, Mayor, Council, if I can take a little liberty, just had a couple of comments regarding our discussion earlier with our nuisance abatement. I just want to clarify from staff, behalf of staff, we do feel that we followed protocol. We do feel that we followed everything that we had to follow. But I do think it's good for us to come back and talk and discuss. But one of the things I really, I've observed when it comes to historic preservation here, it really isn't a matter of whether or not we follow protocol, where we've gone to, whether or not we've gone to Historic Preservation Committee or not. At the end of the day, it's what resources are we going to put toward that? If we're willing to do something about it, because we can go into the Historic Preservation Committee and talk, and of course they're going to disagree, but really it comes down to funding. And so it comes down to, is this a priority? I know there's been accusations, emails sent back and forth, toward my staff. I can assure you that there's nothing nefarious. Even the previous house that was demolished, the city purchased that for affordable housing, and there's no way we can spend the millions of dollars that it's going to take to preserve that building and do affordable housing at the same time. So there's certain priorities that the city has that aren't aligned, and so we need to figure that one out. If anything, I think this is a good. I'm glad that it was tabled so that we can have that opportunity to discuss the real issue. Real issue isn't whether or not staff has done the right steps. It's what's our priority going to be? How much resources do we want to allocate toward this? Because if we don't, then it's going to sit just like it did since 2013. Most of the people in the district knew that house was sitting since 2013, but there was nothing done. There's no solutions, there's nothing until we bring it forward, and then the outcry. So if there's a silver lining from this outcry is that there's attention now. There's attention to this issue of whether or not we want to make this a priority. If not, then I think we move forward how we move forward. But if we want to make this a priority, there's millions of dollars that needs to be put toward this. And so I think that's what I want to just state, because as staff, we'll go back, we're prepared to come back, and not much is going to change. We could probably go to the Historic Preservation Committee, and I don't think there's anybody's fault. They're wanting something, they just don't have funds. Troy is kind of stuck in the middle because he's basically has an unfunded mandate. And then the truth is do we really want to? I don't know. That's the council to decide at some point, but we certainly can't use these properties for affordable housing if we're going to invest money in historic preservation, because they don't go together. And then I've given our community development team a strong directive to go after these dilapidated homes. We started with the Kilby. We're going, and we're just going to keep ramping up. And so we need to make sure that the properties we own first are in order if we're going to hold everybody else to this standard. That's the other issue we need to consider. But I've given them that direction from the very beginning, so I'll take that. We need to clean up. We need to make a list and do something about it, and not just let it sit as it's been for decades. And so good time, good space for us to have more discussion, but I think it's timely because we're coming up into our budget year where we talk about priorities. I'm not giving you one priority or another, what I prefer, but I'm hoping that we can get something so that we're all on the same page. They're not pointing fingers at staff, and we're able to do our jobs and follow the directive that I've been given and what I've given to staff. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Ifo. And that actually reminded me of something, and hopefully you'll give me a personal privilege to kind of share with you. It was funny, I was telling someone the other day, as I'm coming down the mountain, I think of things that come up and mention. So I'm going to share with you something happened to me in 1993. I just got elected, I got on the county commission. One of the first votes was to that judicial courthouse, the old high school, the old Las Cruces High School. And I remember saying, why do you want to use this? It's old, but it's historic. And when I found out you can't replace the windows, everything has to stay the same. And I had asked back then what the cost of the electricity was going to be. $20,000 a month, $250,000 a year just to operate this electricity. Forget about the maintenance of it. 200. That's they could have bonded a brand new facility like this. Like our city hall is cost neutral. So when we took the old city hall, the constant things we had to do to renovate it, and then the different places we've placed the staff, you put all the savings together, this thing really didn't cost us a whole lot more than what we were used to spending. And it's LEED certified, and it holds, it's here for another 75 years before they build it. So what I'm trying to say is, as I leave, what Ifo was saying is absolutely right. I don't know if you've noticed, but in the past, I would say, okay, what if we go half, and your organization pays for half to renovate it, and we'll give it to you. I think we just give it to them. But so it's one thing to want to keep something, which I think is important to have that history, but there's other ways to keep that history instead of have the whole building. I'm talking about the courthouse. That was huge. It still is huge. And I asked someone the other day what the electricity costs are, and it's just a little bit more than the $250,000 a year. Just electricity. That's a lot. That's amazing. And when you said unfunded mandates, the county has unfunded mandates to take care of district court and the DA's office. They don't get any money from the state. They just say, you take care of it, and you figure it out. And so, those are just some things that as the city council moves forward, the new city councils and the subsequent ones, always have to keep in mind a balance of the monies that we have, so we have the services so that we have for all of the staff and the services that many of you rightfully have educated me on to have. So that's all. I just wanted to say that. So thanks again for letting me share that with you. Okay, if there's nothing further, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Beta.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Beta, second by Councilor Graham, that we're adjourned. Christine?
So on the motion to adjourn the meeting, Councilor Beta?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we are adjourned. It's 5:09 p.m. Thank you.